Is everybody in the groove? Well, stick around. We're just warming up, baby.
Friendship. Friendship again?
Greetings, gamers, and welcome to your April community stream. I'm your host, Vortex, and this is going to be subletting subclasses. That's what we're going to be here for. That is what you have today. This is not your normal D&D discussions. No, we weren't able to do that because we weren't able to get this episode on a weekend. So we are going to be doing subletting subclasses today for your April community stream. We'll do a much bigger, better intro that will go for the edit. But for right now, welcome. Sorry, we're a little bit late. We were discussing some, some admin stuff for future use, but fun things coming down the line in the future. We're really excited to talk about those, but hey, how about we do talk about those? Because we do have some special updates.
Indeed.
What's going on? Soul's still at work, no problem. Glad you're here, though. Glad you're able to make it. We appreciate the view, even if you're, in and out.
Exactly.
All right. So, outside of today being the community stream, which we'll get to here shortly, let everybody go. We should probably make a post. Well, I mean, I don't know if I made a post recently in Discord on the fact that it's a community stream, but
I swear we did talk about it.
I mean, we've talked about it before, but I didn't do like a bigger post about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's more about the content that we create along the way. It's about it's about the content we create. All right, the results were still tied, so we are still doing subletting subclasses with a customized cocktail at the end.
Okay.
Alrighty then. At live and at announcement. Nope. I'll just let everyone know it is specifically the community stream. Because why not? We need the extra people, right?
We are here for it. And so is everybody else. No, I'm excited. I love our creations. I am curious which subclass that we are going to sublet today, but yeah, I think it's gonna be a good time. We were talking just a little bit before stream about an idea that I had about a new type of class to create, and I think it's very interesting, like how we go about choosing what that looks like for us and how we end up creating the different ideas that we have for the different ways we can use things, right? So I don't know, it's gonna be a good time. I especially when Vortex and I come together on ideas like this, like whatever the concoction we come up with is always, it always works so well.
I think so. And I think it's because we always want the best for it. Like neither of us, we're not tugging, right?
Yes.
It's not like one's trying to min-max, the other's trying to be role-play. It's that we both want the best outcome. We just both have different approaches, obviously from different mentalities, but also different methods of gameplay due to our histories, right? I'm much more of a 2E Forgotten Realms RPG level play.
Yes.
You're more the 5E custom build, custom game background with more of a mechanics focus with a lot of our RPG influence. But with that, we balance each other pretty well because from each of those perspectives gives us a way to make something that feels right, but also reflects how the gameplay needs to be right now, right? I'm not trying to make, I need, you help me reflect that it's not second edition. I can't do things that I would do in High Point because they don't make sense, right? There's not proficiencies. Sure. Like, you know what I mean? Like we have to make subclasses follow a certain trail. It's not a collection of things you can do.
Yes.
We can't customize it per player like I would do. It has to be something everybody can pick up. So there's a good balance there. You help me keep track on that. But I feel like I bring to the table the lack of dryness that some, or I, you know, 5th edition can be very dry when it comes to when you focus on just the mechanics and how they work. I feel like my benefit is bringing in the why they work, and I feel like that helps influence the feel of it.
Yes.
So I think that's where we both go there, is right. We both want the right feel, but we both have a different approach on how to get there, and that's where once we're there, we got it right. It feels right 100%. And it operates right. What's going on, Cart? Nice to see you. Happy to see you. We got Soul, we got Hecate. Everything's going great today. We're doing good. So yeah, a couple updates. Let's see here. We have today, obviously, is the stream. What was, we do have our normal Monday review. Do you know what Monday, what item Monday is?
Yes.
Monday. What are we doing on Monday? We'll check that out real quick. And then I swear there was other updates that I had. Next week. Okay, so no, we have like 2 weeks until I have to start the next. Oh yeah, no, the community poll hasn't even done yet, right?
Gosh.
I don't think they've earned the next community stream yet.
I am gonna pronounce this incorrectly right now. It is spelled FENRIR.
Wait, say that again.
FENRIR. Fenrir?
Yeah, Fenrir.
I think that's right.
Or Fenrir, if it's supposed to be silent, but Fenrir.
Okay. Yes, it's a monstrosity creature, and that is brought to us by Marty.
Is that from Marty? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Cool. So that's coming up next week. We've been getting some great. My brain is everywhere right now. Hold on. Okay, so more updates. YouTube has been doing really well. We've started getting some traction on our shorts. Our videos aren't doing great. Like, our videos could be doing better. We're getting like maybe about 100 views so far, or less on average.
We're out there.
But we are Fenrir. But we are getting about 1,000 or more views on our shorts more recently. So that's going really well. I'm liking that. TikTok's going fine as long as it's, as long as it's still active in the US, it's doing fine. But yeah, no. I'm really liking how everything's going. I wish the edited content would kick off a little bit more, but the fact that I'm getting views at all, I'm fine. I'm getting views on them, and I still have no idea what I'm doing. I'm literally just shortening them. But hey, that's how it starts, right?
Sure. Exactly.
That's how it starts.
Exactly. Someone's gonna find something, and they're gonna turn it into something else, and then it's gonna become gold. It's gonna go crazy.
It just makes me realize that the things that have gone viral, I just can't help but, like, not just art stuff that's like gone viral, like the 2 things that went viral, but when I see certain shorts, like there was one I saw last night that I had to show Vixie because it was not the content that was funny. Like by itself, because it was, just audio, and by itself wasn't funny, but it was animated. It was one of those animated shorts.
Yes.
And the animation sold it. Because it was one of those ones where it just ended abruptly.
Exactly what you're talking about.
It ended abruptly.
And you do it so good.
But the way that the very last frame of the animation was it was just one of those ones where the animation was doing its thing, and then the video ended abruptly, but the last frame ended just perfectly where it made it and I'm just like, okay, that's what we need. Honestly, I cannot wait until we get to the stage where we can have an animator, because I 100% believe that if we could animate our shorts, I think they would go way further. Not saying that that's just like the way to get, because yes, it is a popular way to do it, but when we don't do skits, just simply having a visual, because I think that's the problem, right? The way that I edit is kind of crap, and we don't have the greatest quality. But if there was a visual to the things we were saying,
yes,
it doesn't even have to be a good visual, right? It doesn't even have to be like a high quality like graphic. It just has to be the right way.
It's the representation of the idea in animation form.
Yes.
And when it just hits you the right way, it's the spark. And it's beautiful.
It's so great. It's so great.
Beautiful.
So I'm really excited to eventually try to figure that out.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, I don't know how much that would cost to even begin, but
Sure.
we'll find out. We'll find out. So someday we'll get there. But as of right now, I'm really proud of myself for having gone over a month now, posting
Right.
every single week. Like,
Dude,
if I can just keep to that, I'm happy.
that's
We got a
We get
subclass. We got a druid subclass submitted by Soul recently.
Ruin subclass, eh?
Druid.
Ooh, wow.
So yeah, I'm really happy about that. The more we do these specialty ones, the more we add these in, the more content we'll be able to. Because I think those are going to start being the best videos to edit for YouTube. Is like the ones that have visuals and the ones that have read-alongs.
Fair enough.
They're more difficult for me to produce, but they're better. As long as we're not spending our money on body pillows of anime characters and life-size statues of Pedro Pascal, we'll be okay. I think we'll
Bless
be.
America.
I mean, I don't know. You guys
Wild.
just don't want, Pedro Pascal just hanging out here, just eating a sandwich, just smiling his life away.
Wild. Absolutely wild.
Okay. What else do we have? I think that's it. I think other than that, we have nothing major planned right now. My big project is social media based, so hopefully we will be up and running on most of our social media platforms here very soon, as in like producing content.
Would be
Uh,
awesome.
yeah, other than that, I don't know. I think that's it. I think we're just it's a slow burn right now on I don't want to burn myself out on trying to progress too many projects at once. So
100%.
I'm really taking it slow, and it's been good. I've been making much steadier progress than when I try to do massive amounts all at once. But it's not like a daily grind. I'm not sitting there grinding for hours.
Exactly.
I'm able
It's
to.
too easy to burn out doing stuff like that. So it's just like you might as well just sit there and pace yourself.
Yeah, that's the idea. So once this part happens with the content creation, and if everything goes fine there, that'll be really awesome to see it actually work. It's not major, but it's just something that's kind of cool. It's just something that'll be beneficial in the long term. And after that, right after that, it'll be working on the database again.
Right.
Working on a way to just accumulate everything we've ever talked about on stream, as well as an entire database about all of High Point history and High Point information, in a way that we can make that accessible to ourselves. Not only when we're gaming, which would be really nice, that at any point we could recall anything that ever happened via a database, but have something that could be accessible to, say, the subscribers, where if they want to know something that happened in one of the streams, or having access to something. I mean, maybe in the sub channel, I can just have a bot that has access to the database.
It's so wild.
And imagine being able to ask the bot a question,
Yeah.
and it checks the database, and it actually comes back with the information. It could come back with quotes. It could come back with the link to the episode and with the timestamp, like not just the episode, but like it'll take you to the point in the episode that it was said.
So wild.
That's what I'm working on, is that high level kind of concept. Because once that's done, if I can get that database figured out and working, the next stage after that will be our website.
Yes.
Because once we have the website, we'll have everything a little bit more interconnected. We'll have all the builds on there, downloadable, better than just in the Discord. But from there, we'll be able to have access to the database in a different way. I'm thinking like that could be like a subscription model. So if you're not a subscriber in the Discord using it in a certain channel, I kind of like the idea of having some sort of part of the like website where you can have so many queries for, like a month.
Oh yeah.
Like for free, and then like let everyone have it, like a couple examples of it to see how it works. But then if you really need to query it, if you really want to know a bunch of information, like being able to have that as part of like either the Patreon or again part of the subscription process. Like if you're subscribed on Twitch, you can log in via your Twitch subscription or your Twitch login and be able to connect it. So I have ideas for that.
That's pretty cool.
And at some point between all of that, I have to figure out. I still have to just figure out how I'm going to reach out to someone to help me with the logos. Because once we have the logos done, and then I figure out what our branding is going to be outside the avatars, then we can start thinking about merch. The biggest thing is like, we don't really have until we start gaming, like until we actually game in High Point or something and have like Dovd and Ness and other characters represented, then we're not really going to have fan art. We're not going to have like actual game art.
Sure.
We're not going to have things that represent us. Right now we have our avatars and we have the future of the logos, like the little bit of the Misfit Gamer Studios logos. But that's really it. We don't have anything that represents us. I don't have anything to stick on merch. And again, I'm not 100% sure I want to throw our avatars. Like maybe in the future, we'll have everyone vote on if we were to throw one avatar of each of us on something, which one should it be? I have a feeling it's going to be your hearts one. I think everybody loves your hearts one. I think I'm pretty sure yours got the biggest vote on the emotes. That was everyone's favorite is your hearts. But you know what I mean? Like we could do that, but I don't know if. And again, this is going to be up to the community. This is why there are certain things I also wanted to wait until we get to a certain size.
Sure.
Because I wanted enough be able to be, sorry, love y'all, but I need more than 2 people's feedback to like make decisions, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to get to a size where we would have a good amount of feedback, and we're starting to get there in the Discord. We're starting to get, at least double digits in feedback.
Yes.
when I do certain polls, which is really nice to see. But I never anticipated. Well, I don't know. Think about the history of how this all evolved. Once we went to Misfit Gamer Studios, once the branding stopped being more about like me, like once the Twitch channel went from Vortex to me, or from Vortex to Misfit Gamer Studios, once it really took over as the branding, I stopped thinking about us as like, I don't know. I guess like, the brand. I stopped thinking about us individually as the selling point. It was more about what all the things we were going to create and the things that we were going to do.
Yeah.
So the idea behind making our avatars like on merch is interesting to me because I don't see myself as that. I see myself as the host.
Sure.
But I don't see myself as like the mascot or the face of Misfit Gamer Studios. And that's the thing is we don't have a logo yet, but we also don't have a mascot. Like I feel like I'm a good host.
Sure.
And I don't know how you feel. I'm curious to know about you, but for me, it's like I don't know if you know about the show Burnout on YouTube. But it's a good comedy show, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like for them, it's like it's kind of that way where I feel, or any other kind of like long stemming like, series. I feel like there are notable hosts like, oh yeah, I know them from the show that they do. That's kind of how I've always envisioned like what I would be is just the, if it's Misfit Gamer Studios with Vortex, but
I get you now.
But Misfit Gamer Studios doesn't always mean D&D. It means a bunch of other things. But I never really anticipated what the representation of all of that was going to be. Like, what was going to be the visual. I never anticipated it to be my face. Like, you know what I mean? Like our avatar. I never expected when people heard Misfit Gamer Studios, I didn't want to be like the thing that they first went to. I wanted it to be more about like the collective of what we do. But we don't have anything that represents that yet.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair enough.
So that's where it's like I want to get there.
It's just our emotes so far.
But at the same time, if it gets to a point to where that's what the community wants, though, like imagine if the community is like, I don't want a set of dice that says MGS on it, right? Like if they say I don't want like Dungeons and Dragons themed shit, like that's everywhere. Because especially if we're gonna touch everything, right? If we're gonna do other TTRPGs, if we're gonna do other types of homebrew, if we're going to do video games and other board game stuff, how do you represent all of that if it isn't our face? And I'm starting to wonder like what direction do we go? Because I have yet, after 2 years, I have yet to figure out the branding of all of this.
It's not easy, especially when you combine all of that. It's like, how do you embody that? How do you represent that?
How dare you, Cart? Why do you gotta bring that into this universe? Like, you didn't have to verbalize that. You didn't have to put that out here.
Wild.
God, you know what? Just never bring that up again. Never remind me, and never show us. Just let that be obscure. Don't ever bring that to the subreddit. Don't, you know. I mean, you know what though? I mean, I guess as weird as it would feel, as 100% weird as it would feel, I guess that would be a somewhat level of notoriety. You know what I mean? There's got you've got to be to some level of recognition for that to even matter, because someone has to go out of their way to do it.
Very fair.
And then other people have to go out of their way to figure out what it means. So I'm just saying it's an above zero recognition.
Wild. Wild. Accurate, but wild.
I'm not saying I like it.
God bless America.
But yeah, well, I don't know. The future is so weird now, because now that we're getting to the 2-year mark, and ever since I heard I heard about those stats about, you know, the majority of people quit by this point. And I get it, right? Think about how long we've been doing this, and I get it. There's probably a lot of people out there who do it for 2 years and maybe only get one viewer every couple of streams. And whether that's, and again, the stat isn't for the consistency, right? This is just from people when they go live for the first time, create an account, go live, and then from a point at which, you know, how long do they consistently or at least upload videos until the point that they stop? And that's usually like over 50% within the first 2 years. So it's like, the fact that we got consistent was, I think, a good thing. But knowing that stat and knowing that, you know, we're literally just 2-3 weeks away from that turning point is just really that aspect of, you can't expect viral, you know, being viral. You can't plan for viral. Oh, what's up? Cheers. Woohoo. Thank you so much for the 25 bits. Thank you very much, Cart. I appreciate you. But I guess you know, looking at it from the prism of, now that we've gotten to that mark, now that we have surpassed that percentage point, now that we're, you know, not just have dedicated viewers, but we see like the loyalty, we see the support from them, you know, that obviously is a driver. But I think it's just one of those, it's a reality thing. It's facing the reality of, we aren't just that dude streaming for his friends that had 1 or 2 randos show up and they just hung around now.
Yeah.
We're at the point to where, like, we are growing, we are, you know, providing something to a community at this point, and we're bringing people to provide something else to the community as well, right? With the homebrew reviews, with the pop culture builds. I mean, we're actually being able to expand the mindsets, exactly what we set out to do.
100%.
And after this benchmark of 2 years, it's like, I feel like it would be foolish not to take planning seriously. Not like, you know, rearrange our lives and just suddenly like, this is it, and not expect fame. Like, not necessarily think, oh yeah, you know, we're gonna be the next Max Mercer, you know, the next Max Mercer. But I do feel like there's a point at which, we joked over a year ago about the ADMG, right? We just said like, oh, that'd be, you know, we should just put all these ideas in a book. That should no longer be a joke. Like, I'm not saying that we need to be like, oh my God, it's gonna rival every other book out there. Because you see it, you know, if you go on TikTok, if you're on D&D TikTok for longer than like 5 minutes, you see someone hawking their new book. I don't want to be that. But at the same time, I don't know how many of them are doing it, you know, for the passion or for the merch, right? But that's just the idea, though, is it is out there. It is a possibility. And at the right time, releasing it would be a good idea. But that's, you know, it's no longer just a, laugh it off, that would be a cool idea. Now it's more of a, we have enough content, we have enough ideas. Why not? Like, not tomorrow, not this month, but why not plan for a release in a year or two? At this rate, a year or two would be enough time to plan everything out, get people to help support us, get a backing for it, and then maybe even get the Kickstarter going to eventually get a publication of at least like 100 books. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't take a lot if we're not trying to look at like, big numbers. If we're just trying to get a couple books published and printed,
That's actually,
it wouldn't cost that much. And I know we could front a lot of it, but run a Kickstarter for like half. In a year or two from now, that wouldn't be unfeasible. And publication isn't, a multi-year process anymore. It's relatively quick depending on who you go with. So
yeah,
it's just one of those things, recognizing that these are no longer unachievable ideas. They're now worth consideration. Not saying that it's we have to.
Yeah.
But things are starting after that 2-year mark. It's like, wow, things are actually more of a consideration instead of just ideas.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's the next level. We're in everything's a consideration. We're not so famous that everything's a business idea. It's just we're going from cute ideas to, well, we need to consider that. Like, what could that mean, and what would it mean for us to try to do that?
Okay. I am here for this.
Oh, hey, look at that. Man. We need to make more avatars, otherwise it's going to just be us.
Wow.
I mean, what other avatars that we can make, though? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what would we make avatar-wise outside of ourselves? Like, we don't have... Again, and that's the idea of branding, right? We need help from the community to understand what is the brand of Misfit Gamer Studios and what else, and I don't know if it's just more time, but...
Sure.
But that's where I want to at least get the logos, because at least we can have an imagery of the logo sect. Because I do love this, the idea of the full logo, but at least just the 2 dice saying Misfit, and then somehow having gamers, like, having that would be nice. But yeah, eventually we're going to need some sort of mascot or some sort of, it's either going to have to be something that is a singular identifier of us, or it's just going to have to be always the pair of avatars. Because legit, I've actually thought about this. One of the next pair of avatars I want is us like doing the cross arms. But one of us, if you do the emotes in chat, one of us faces this way, the other faces that way.
Yeah.
So if you do them in chat, we're back to back. But I want those also made, because I also want one of the logos made where it says like Misfit Gamer Studios, and then you and I are like leaning on the logo. So those are like, I kind of want like our avatars like leaning on the logo as one of the logos, but then you can have those in chat, so they like lean back to back on each other.
Wild.
Or they can lean on whatever you type. So if you type something, like you can have one of us.
And it'll
on either side.
That's
like,
wild.
Kind of like bookends, basically. Like leaning like bookends.
I kind of like that.
So
that would actually be sick if you could set that up.
Maybe it will just be our avatars. I don't know, y'all. We're called Misfit Gamer Studios. People are going to assume something mischievous and wry about you too, especially with new viewers. Well, that's the whole point. Like, I mean, honestly, the whole point of the name is the fact that we do things unconventionally. That's where the Misfit comes in. We do things unconventionally. We like to do things our own way, whether that is with or without the rules. And then, Gamers and Studios really just came from, we play more than just D&D, but that was our bread and butter. And then the studios aspect of the idea was going to be different variations of what you see, right? Like D&D Discussions was originally just supposed to be a podcast, like a live podcast.
For sure.
And then things like, the Tavern was supposed to be a whole other series, maybe doing things IRL. Like, the studios was also supposed to be an extension of like, when we do like the Misfit God or Misfit Gods, Old God series, that's going to be an audio only podcast.
Got you.
Like that would be remember the intro used to say a Misfit Gamer Studios production.
Yes.
So Misfit Gamer Studios was also supposed to just have an opportunity to where, like, let's say we got big enough to where we had enough money to like do our own sponsorships. Like,
sure.
If you wanted to start, say, being on Twitch and actually like do a dedicated stream every week, you could be on your own or have the company, the brand sponsor you, and then be a production of that, right?
Right.
And that's kind of the
Okay.
idea, right? As we expanded, that would eventually be something that would be offshoots. You would be part of the Misfit Gamer Studios, but then we could like D&D discussions would be an offshoot.
Right.
The tavern would be an offshoot. You know, me streaming
Okay.
games would be an
Okay.
offshoot. And then anything else we would did beyond that would just be, you know, and the idea was also out of, you know, in the real world in terms of like Misfit Gamer Studios would probably be eventually an LLC. It would probably be what actually like owns multiple aspects of it. So then we can actually grow as a business.
Yeah.
Kind of like Linus Tech Tips, but it's like Misfit Gamer Studios LLC.
Wow.
Kind of how I view it. Like, you know what I mean? Like
that.
it would just, it's just
Yeah.
the top brand that will eventually expand the individual things. Like I would love eventually the idea that like, and eventually this is how I view it. Like there will be Misfit Gamer Studios, but like the overall idea will be like D&D discussions will eventually be like its own entity where D&D discussions will probably just be the things like history ofs and the deep dives.
Right.
And then we'll have like community creations will then just be its own for all of the homebrew reviews.
Okay.
It'll be Misfit Gamer Studios community creations review, Misfit Gamer Studios D&D discussions, you know,
Right.
old gods.
Okay. Okay.
So
I see that.
that was the original plan. Right now, I don't know how that's supposed to look nowadays. Like that,
Sure.
that'll just be as we develop. But that's kind of where it all came from.
It's possible. We could probably still make that work.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
kind of the idea. Is it'll eventually be that trickle down effect.
Okay.
Did someone say a bad word? Oh yeah, they were spamming content.
Oh wow.
Oh no, Shadow Raid Shadow Legend sponsor coming. I mean, I know you're not a real YouTuber
Wild.
until you know have a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship,
Wild.
right? Isn't that how they say it? I don't know. I don't think I'll ever do Raid Shadow Legends. Honestly, no. One of those things is as much. It's okay. So like Vixie and I had this conversation after this little rant.
I'm gonna be right back.
After this little rant, at the top of the hour, we'll go as soon as Kage's back and I'm done with this rant. But no, Vixie and I actually had this conversation the other day when I was telling her about the ridiculous sub war that Sub and Hecate were trying to have in the stream the other day. And we were talking about how as much as we appreciate it, and yes, personally, I would absolutely love to have had all of that money. Like y'all were joking about dropping 50 subs, and I can't lie, there's part of me that would have been like, wow, that definitely would have helped upgrade the PC and everything. But there's a point at which, you know, of course, I feel like I need to earn it. That's not necessarily the way I want to do it. I don't want to take advantage of anybody. I don't want anyone to do things on impulse that would otherwise be, you know, used somewhere else. But it's similar to how we want to do development. Is as much as I want to make money doing things, I also want to make sure that the quality is high. And that's where we want to make sure that what we're producing, I mean, I know that, you know, we can't control how you view the value of what we do, but we want to make sure that we're creating that value that deserves, you know, the support that would come with it, if that makes more sense. But in terms of how that relates to the Raid Shadow Legends is, when I think about taking on sponsorships in the future, yes, I want that money, just like I would have loved those those subscriptions yesterday, or the other stream. I would have loved to have just had all of that money. But at the end of the day, while that would have been nice to have the money, I want to make sure that the value added is true, right? While that would have been great on that one stream, I'd much rather have that over the course, you know, with you know, multiple other people here to have a much bigger impact on a larger community than just two people dropping a lot of money to show their support. As much as we appreciate that, it's something that, you know, we want to think about more about the impact, right? And I feel like the same applies to sponsorships. I don't want to take something just to help the stream, just to help us get money and help, because of course all of that money would go right back into it. But it's not just about benefiting. It's not just about getting the money and being able to put it into the stream so we can make better quality. It's also what is that quality of taking that sponsorship adding to the greater community? I don't mind the idea of sponsorships, but I don't just want to shamelessly plug for the simplicity of money, right? If we were going to do that, we would just sit here and rag on, the newest D&D news. We would just sit here and look up, crappy Reddit stories and just rag on them, right? Like we're not here to do the easy low-hanging fruit. We're here to add as much value as we can. And that to me should include the sponsorships that we take. So my goal in the future is when we get to the stage of sponsorships to ensure that the sponsorships are relatable, at least something that I would at least personally promote in some fashion, or enrich the community somehow. That's going to be few and far between in my opinion, so we probably won't be doing a lot of sponsorships, and I'll probably just continue to rely on the ads. But that, I'd much rather rely on a random set of ads that is targeted at the community already than taking on a sponsorship that I would not personally indulge in or would not feel adds any benefit to my community. Because at least the ads that I run, at least if at least they're attempting to target you, and whether you like that or not, at least I can, know that the ads are adding, whether they're a benefit or not, at least they're intended to, be a benefit to the individuals and the community that I have. Whereas the sponsorships that I would take, I don't want to take the risk of taking something that isn't valuable just for the sake of taking the money. I don't see the value in that. I already know about honey. I would never do honey. BetterHelp, I would never do. And, Raid Shadow Legends, I don't know if there's anything wrong with Raid Shadow Legends, but that's one of those ones that just doesn't align with the brand. It's not a game I play. I wouldn't play it, so I wouldn't take a sponsorship because it's not something I would play, right? Now, I mean, if a game that I do play, like Rust, were to give me a sponsorship, to play Rust for like 10 hours, then yeah, I would totally do that.
That would be wild. But
I'm not going to give out, I'm not going to take on things that I wouldn't personally use, right? Again, it's like one of those things where it's like if Elgato wanted to sponsor this, I mean, I have all Elgato gear. Like 90% of what we stream with is Elgato. I would totally, absolutely 100% back them as a sponsor because I use their shit and I used it before I took on the sponsorship. I don't, if a sponsor is going to send me stuff as a trial run that has no strings attached, and I'll do they'll send it to me just for the sake of me like giving it a review. Mm-hmm. I will take it as long as I get full, control. I won't take any required review. But if like someone sent me over Elgato and then I liked it better, like let's say Road sent me a bunch of stuff and they were like, how do you like it? And I'm like, I like it. I'll buy more. I would then switch to them as a sponsor. But I would also take sponsorships from Elgato because I would also say, yes, you should use, you know what I mean? But I wouldn't then also take one from like Newegg. If they're like, hey, here's a crappy, wireless mic, but like, no, I'm not gonna sponsor that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not, it's the whole thing of if I wouldn't use it, I'm not going to even consider offering it.
Yeah. I believe that's 100% fair. Like I don't know why you would.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right. Well, we are about to get into our official topic for today, which is the community stream, the April community stream, which is going to be subletting subclasses. So right before we get into this, okay, chat really quick. There's only a couple of you, so just spam it out in chat really quick. Should we vote on it and then do the YouTube intro, or should the vote be part of the YouTube video? Because we could do the intro and then include that as the as like part of it. I'll cut down like the actual voting portion. But basically, we're going to vote. The community is going to vote live right now on which class we are going to do. So do we want to vote and then start the actual thing? So we'll already know what, basically should the intro already include what we know we're going to do, or should the intro include the vote? That's my brain needs to focus.
I understand the question.
Yes.
I understand the
chat.
question.
What do y'all think, chat? Should the intro include the subclass we're already going to do post vote? Or do you think the intro should include the fact that we are going to vote live and then do the vote? So imagine the YouTube video, right? You're watching the YouTube video. It starts. Should it start and it just says, here's what we're going to do, subletting subclass, this class? Or should it start saying, and chat's going to vote? See, I'm not a huge fan of chat's going to vote, because while that kind of like gets people interested in joining the live stream, I'm not 100% sure it makes great video content. You know what I mean? Because you're basically like watching 10 seconds of like, chat's going to vote. What did they vote for? Here's what they voted for. It's like, for a YouTube video, I feel like people are going to be like, just get to what you are going to do.
I agree.
That's my vote, but that's what I wanted to know what everyone feel like. How does the community feel about watching that video?
Okay, fair enough.
That's my logic. What would you think?
I 100% agree with that mindset.
Like one tiny little bug.
All
right, well, chat's going to be quiet about it, so I guess we're not going to get anything from chat today, which is going to be disappointing, because if chat's not going to be lively today for the community stream, it's not much of a community stream. But it's fine.
Wild.
Imagine Nick Cage voicing the text above. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Misfit Items review. Bees, not the bees.
What?
Oh, jeez. All right. Well, let me get I'm gonna do the poll first, because chat's probably not even gonna vote. Watch. We're gonna get like 2 votes out of here. That's how it's gonna be.
Oi. I'm always lively. You're always lively, Bart.
All right. I gotta pull up choices. Where's the choices? There we go. So, are we going to do... The choices are... We have the GloomStalker to Rogue.
From Ranger to Rogue. Ooh.
We have Battlesmith to Fighter, which is Artificer. I'm thinking Battlefield Smith should be the name.
Battlesmith is
the person who submitted it.
An Artificer?
That's what they said it was. And or a College of Lore Bard to Wizard. Make sure we have those, otherwise what?
Ooh.
Right. Make sure that we have access to that subclass for Artificer.
I do. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna give us a few minutes on this one, because chat's being irresponsible. So there we go. Poll has started.
All right.
I'm always lively. All right, poll has started. So let us know what subclass y'all want to do, and then we will do our intro for YouTube. Poll is up. Do we do a GloomStalker Ranger into a Rogue? Do we do a Battlesmith Artificer into a Fighter? Or a College of Lore Bard into a Wizard? Your choice, chat. Minotaur having a baby with a centaur. Have one normal daughter and a son that's just a horse. Oh, man. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are absolutely crazy. Wow, people be liking that new doorbell. Who dat? Salesman, go away. Why is there a salesman at 8 o'clock? Like, come on. Who does sales at 8 o'clock at night? Go away. That's right. Nope. Someone's trying to make some money. Saying 8 p.m. is pretty late. Yeah, I do that too. Got a few minutes. We got 2 votes. Ooh, we actually have 2 votes from chat. Well, I guess that means you can vote too if you want. I have no preference, actually. I am totally chill with any of these options. Yeah. I actually, okay. So as famous as the GloomStalker is, it's been a minute since I've read through it.
Agreed.
So I'm probably the most familiar with that one. I think
Agreed.
I don't know if I've actually read through College of Lore or if I've heard about it, like heard bits and pieces about their abilities. And I know nothing about Battlesmith.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious. I think Battlesmith is going to win it. We're more than halfway through, and we have 3 votes in. 3 votes in. 2 for Battlesmith Fighter and 1 for Lore Wizard. Was that you? Were you the Lore Wizard?
I was not the Lord. I'm still looking at it.
Chat came in with a sneaky, cheeky little vote.
Yeah.
And okay, so we also have to figure out how much effort do we want to put into this? Do we want to do a cocktail for every like leveled ability, or just at the end for an overall build cocktail that we'll try to make and drink?
I'm gonna vote for the end.
Okay. I wasn't gonna like make and drink every level, but I don't know how much creativity we have today about doing the whole build and crafting lore. But I think
agreed
overall cocktail, either the cocktail will be based on one of the abilities, like by name, or the build itself.
Okay, fair enough. I think that's good.
Yeah. All right, voting's almost done, and Battlesmith Fighter is still winning. So I should probably pull some of this up too. Yeah.
I really want. I really don't even know. Maybe it's because I also don't really care.
Well, if you don't care, then just let it ride. So I'll bring up Fighter, I'll bring up Battlesmith, I'll bring up Artificer, just so we can get some baselines. It's gonna be one of those. It's gonna be a very long stream, but a very short video. Like seriously, very few of our videos have gone over an hour edited. The history of leveling barely reached a half hour.
Really?
Yeah, like it really wasn't a lot of actual content. We tangented a lot. Well, and a lot of it wasn't even like off-topic tangent. We just embellished on certain topics a lot and went into like deeper discussions about each individual thing, but they weren't really succinct to the actual educational process of what was the information we were trying to get across. So I do like that though. I like that we add so much more in the live stream, but the content is still there. Like the video is still makeable. You can still get to the video without worrying too much about it.
I totally get that.
All right. Well, we are going to get Battlesmith Fighter is what we are going to do today. All right. So I think that's all good. So I just need the Artificer, the Fighter, and the Battlesmith.
Yes.
So 17. I'm gonna pull up one. Oh, hey, look, one's called the Battle Master, so we might as well just pull that one up.
Battle Master, that's the one with the maneuvers and stuff. And their superiority die.
That might not be the right one. let's just pull up the narrative. Well, we've already gone over the Rune Knight, so we're kind of familiar at least with that one, and it's pretty standard. So 3, 7, 10, 15. 3, 7, 10, and then those two. Okay, so really instead of 13, 17, it's 15. Fair. So that's really just trying to keep like an idea of what we're gonna do before we get into the actual video. But yeah, so really 3, 7, 10, 3, 5, 9. Pretty straightforward. And then 13, 17 verse 15.
I'm not sure. Does this match? Because right now we're looking at the spells.
Cart cheer 200 bits. What up? Thank you.
Thank you, Cart.
What's up? So well, this is just the Artificer subclass.
Yeah, but so in that list that you were just scroll.
Oh no, that's just the runes they get. That's not their actual like. They get, here we go, 3, 7, 10, 15, 18.
Okay.
3, 7, 10, 15, 18. These get
who was that fighter?
So this one's Artificer. So Artificer gets 3, 5, 9, 15.
3, 5, 9.
And this is 3, 7, 10, 15, 18. So this one gets one more.
Yes.
But they both relatively equal until the fighter gets his final one.
Sure.
Which I'm okay with that. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. All right. So that'll start us. I think we can do the YouTube intro. And then we'll actually get everything set up for the visual. Yeah, perfect. Okay, cool. Actually, should I get maybe I'll get some of the visuals. We'll get some of the visuals set up first. And then that way it'll be a little bit less that I have to edit once the video starts.
Oh yeah.
Because if I get some of the text in, because I mean, it's all the same thing. We're either gonna do it now or later.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna go to this one. Ooh, look at that chat. Look at that beautiful new tantalizing
nice
thumbnail we got there. We got this. I know we got this. All right. So subletting subclasses. That's what we got going on today. All right. So let me update a few things here. First off, this is going to be the Battlesmith fighter. I already know what I want to call this. Like 100%, I want to call this a battlefield smith. Because like a battlesmith for the artificer, but like if you're a fighter with the same mechanics, I'm just thinking like battlefield smith. And I don't know if we're gonna keep like the smithing part, but that would be kind of cool. I'm thinking like a fighter that could like the first thing I thought of was like, imagine a fighter who has like a broken weapon or broken armor being able to like repair it on the battlefield, or do things like in the middle of combat, or like in the heat of battle. But like I don't know what we're gonna get into, but I'm really curious.
Okay.
So my mindset is battlefield smith if we go kind of in the same nomenclature of the names.
Okay.
But yeah, so we have the title. So subclasses, the title is ready to go. After the title, we will have these. So what are these supposed to say? So we need Artificer. So what we're gonna do real quick, y'all, is just look at what this gets, because we know that this has so total proficiency and battlesmith smells we can kind of overlook because that's just kind of like superfluous. I don't really feel like that's part of like the build that we need to worry about.
Proficiencies and
the spells.
Unless the spells like give you like a vibe of what the
I mean, it's
build-
field heroism, aura, vitality, fire shield, like, you know.
no, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So then we have Battlesmith. So we have third level, which is battle ready,
They get 2
and Steel Defender. So what is this game? So proficiency with martial weapons, and uses it mod. So attack damage. Okay, cool. So we're just going to kind of pre-write these things because that would be better for the video instead of me writing these live. I did learn that, like editing. It's just once we do the intro, I can cut out everything beforehand, so then we can kind of just get into the content.
Sure.
All right. So we have Steel Defender, which does, and then so those do that. Steel Defender. Ooh, and then Steel Defender gives you the companion.
This is that one.
This is gonna be fucking dope. Then
This
I'm
is
curious
that
how this is
one.
gonna work for a fighter.
I was like, I wasn't sure if this is the one that gives you the companion or not, and it is wild. All right.
I'm
it's-
really curious.
It's kind of like the what do you call it? The Ranger. They have a subclass where they have an animal companion.
Oh, okay. So force empowered rend. Inside the defender restores itself. Okay, so it can basically attack, heal self. Okay, it can attack and heal self. Or attack, heal self, deflect. Oh, okay, no. And then disadvantage. So defender. Companion. How about we do attack, self heal, impose disadvantage. Oh yeah, that's gonna fit. Perfect. That's actually fitting really well so far on the page. And then
Nice.
5th level. How are we doing this? 5th level. Wow, the Artificer gets extra attack at 5th level, so this is gonna actually
Yeah, they
play
do.
right into it. Okay. Extra attack. 9th level. Arcane Jolt. Interesting. Okay. Chat, let me know how you feel about this. Do you guys like prefer us doing this ahead of time before we're actually like into the episode, really diving into it? I mean, I know I probably should have done all of this like before, but we did also just vote.
Sure.
But
yeah.
in the future, I would preferably have done this before stream.
Yeah.
But I think before officially getting into it, I think this makes sense. So 9th level, whenever you hit a target with magic weapon attack, you just hit it hits, or you hit it, you can channel magical energy through it. Okay, so 2d6 force damage, attack, spell, defender. Extra 2d6 forward damage. Okay. Choose creature that you can see. Oh. Healing flow, restoring or 2d6 or heal 2d6 in 30 feet. Okay. And then 15th level, we get improved defender, which has extra damage and healing of your arcane bolt. Okay, so arcane bolt to 46. Defender gains +2 AC and Defender Deflect deals 1d4 plus int mod damage. Okay. That didn't turn out great. It went off the page. Oh, perfect. That actually fits on the page.
There you go. See, just a little bit of what do you call it? Tetris, Jenga.
Bam, there we go. And then what I can actually do, let's go. Okay, so that's what that one gets. So now we just have to do the same thing. Oh no. So
That's what we're gonna
right. So
make sure we replicate.
So fighter. So right now we're just gonna keep the name pending. And then so a fighter is gonna get third level. Typically ×2. It seems like. Is that true? Fighters usually get 2 third level stuff.
Yes, I think.
Third level, they only that one only gets 1. Just gonna double check and make sure that they usually get 1 or 2. That one gets 2. That one kind of gets 2. Okay, so they can have 1 or 2, but we're gonna give it up to 2 to help balance it out. And then they get something at 7th level. Uh, 10th level. And 15th level. Oh, and 18th level. So at the very end, we'll do a matching cocktail, but we won't do one for every single level. We probably won't have the actual mental capacity for that. All right, so third, this got 2 third. This is going to get 2 third. This got a 5th. That's going to get a 7th. That's got a 9th. That's going to get a 10th. I got a 15th. That's going to get a 15th. And then we're going to add an 18th level ability. So let's look at this. So that's how we're going to introduce them. That's all nice and good. So what I want to do now is expand upon this. Oh, I could probably. You know what? No. We're just gonna add a text box. 2 seconds to. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Garriman. That's the. Glad I'm doing this right now because holy crap, am I just all over the place. Okay, just need to bring it down into there. Okay, we might have to mess with this a little bit more as we go. That's fine. Just move this down here. Come on. Move. Okay. All right, boom. There we go. And then this one will be our more embellished version. And if we have to, we'll make the text smaller and everything. But this will be our more embellished version. And then we won't be using any of that. So there. Now we can discuss a little more open because we really don't need the fighter open anymore. Let's see, because fighter typically gets. Actually, you know what I can do? I can do that. I will bring this one a little bit smaller. And so what we're going to do over here a fighter at their core. So they first get their fighting style at level 1, and their second wind. They get action, surge, absolutely. Do I even need to do all of this? I feel like this is too much. I feel like we don't need all of this. Yeah, there's just so much here.
Fighter, yeah.
Like we don't really need to know all of this stuff.
And a lot of it is literally just repeated itself.
Yeah, it just yeah. So no, we're just gonna ignore all of that. We don't need to know what the base has. We just need to focus on looking over the battlesmith, reading over the battlesmith, figuring out where it comes from, what it does, and then how is that going to relate to a fighter that's basically more about damage.
Sure.
So that's
I mean,
focus.
I think we could just at the very least put like, you know, 3rd level, whatever level, like however many levels we actually are going to fulfill out for fighter.
Yeah, so that's where we have here. Bam. So in this particular one, we have all of the battlesmith and then all of the fighter ones we have to fill in. So we really only have we have to basically add a new one to the 18th.
Okay. Perfect.
All right. Cool. Oh. All right.
Right.
All right, chat, here we are. Now we have all that done. That'll actually help a lot because now the actual like creation will be more about what we talk about.
Yeah,
Less
yeah.
about fucking around with this. So that'll be super nice for editing.
Okay.
Okay. Now we got to get into actual like stream mode.
It's stream time, baby.
Oh. All right. Spent all that time like not really like doing anything, just reading about it, but now we gotta actually do it. Okay. Quick little YouTube intro for this. All right. YouTube intro on the way. Here we go. Greetings, gamers, and welcome to your April community stream. No, MisfitGamersStudios Productions. I gotta start with that. Here we go. It's fine. It's fine. Yes. Okay. Greetings, gamers, and welcome to another Misfit Gamer Studios production. I am your host, Vortex. That gentleman over there is your co-host, Kage, and this is your April community stream. On today's episode, the community has voted for another subletting subclasses, but technically it was a tie with Critical Cocktails. So at the end of this subletting subclass episode, we will be making a themed cocktail based on the build. So stick around for that. It'll be a lot of fun. But until then, we are going to be doing. But until then, here is the class that we will be subletting today. That was much. We will be subletting the Smith Aritifcer into a new fighter subclass. Join us today as we figure out what the Battlesmith does, how it got its abilities, what the lore is, what its abilities are, and how that's going to apply to a fighter. All right, solid intro. I think that was much better.
I like it. I like it a lot.
All right, bam, bam, bam. All right, so I guess we just continue from here.
Okay.
All right.
Get it.
As always, we are going to first break down what an Artificer Battlesmith does, and then we're going to figure out what each and every one of those abilities is going to look like for a fighter. So first and foremost, let's begin with the Battlesmith Artificer. I have a few things on screen a few bullet points on screen to keep along, but I'm also going to pull up the actual Artificer here.
No, I'm actually really curious about this as well because I think I wanted to play Battlesmith one time, but I don't know how far into Battlesmith I read before I actually stopped, or before I realized I wasn't going to get to play that particular character. Because I will have random ideas for characters, and I'll just like play them out as like a little thought puzzle just to see what I feel I could create with a character like this. Right? And like what could grow from this? What could this turn / spark into? What paths can I see someone like this following? And wanting to see one of those paths out to fruition in one way, shape, or form. And yeah, it's very interesting to see how somebody else sees the world in these different paths.
Absolutely. That's why we do these. It's so great to do these, to figure out like how these would be done.
Yep.
Okay, so let's dig into this battlesmith of an artificer. Starting with a little bit of lore. Armies require protection, and someone has to put things back together if defenses fail. A combination of protector and medic, a battlesmith is an expert at defending others and repairing both materials and personnel. To aid in their work, battlesmiths are accompanied by a steel defender, a protective companion of their own creation. Many soldiers tell stories of nearly dying before being saved by a battlesmith and a steel defender. In the world of Eberron, battlesmiths played a key role in a House Cannith's work on battle constructs and the original Warforged. And after the last war, these artificers led efforts to aid those who were injured in the war's horrific battles. Source: Tasha's Cauldron of Everything and Eberron Rising from the Last War. So I'm super excited to really create a healing fighter. I love this idea of a fighter mid-battle being able to like not just buff but heal his. Okay, I'm digging this already. I'm digging it already. All right, tool proficiencies. When you adopt this specialty at 3rd level, you gain proficiencies with Smith's tools. I mean, I would hope so. If you already have this proficiency, you gain proficiency with one other type of artisan tool of your choice. Battlesmith spells. Starting at 3rd level, you always have certain spells prepared after you reach particular levels in this class, as shown in the Battlesmith spells table. These spells count as artificer spells for you, but they don't count against the number of artificer spells you prepare. Almost like I've read 50 of these already.
Wow.
The battlesmith spells include from 3rd to 17th levels things like Heroism, Shield, Branding Smite, Conjure Barrage, Aura of Purity, Fire Shield, and Mass Cure Wounds. Again, I am looking forward to a healing fighter.
Wow.
And not just one that can heal itself. All right, so at 3rd level, let's begin with the actual subclass abilities. At 3rd level, we get Battle Ready. When you reach 3rd level, your combat training and your experiments with magic have paid off in 2 ways. You gain proficiency with martial weapons. When you attack with a magic weapon, you can use your intelligence modifier instead of strength or dexterity modifier for the attack and damage rolls.
Okay.
So how I'm seeing that work for a fighter, because we already have proficiency with martial weapons, so we'll have to figure out the adjacency to that.
Yeah.
Or what is adjacent to that. And
I'd also even argue that they already use their primary stat to swing with. And they don't need to have a switch to intelligence, because there are a lot of artificers who want their intelligence modifier to be higher than, say, their strength. So even though they're not going to hit hard, their spells are a lot harder for the opponent to...
Maybe the option is, if we give it healing magic, maybe its healing is based off its strength instead of its intelligence. Maybe its magic is going to be based off its strength instead.
That's cool.
So we just we just do the same idea. Again, I'm just trying to figure out, because this thing is, so you have you're a healer, and you have like a little healing buddy. So I don't know if we're gonna do the same as having a buddy with you,
right?
But I do like this idea of, if you're gonna be a healer, I also like the idea of like that should be based off of your best stat too.
Okay, no,
that's
I
what
totally
sets
feel
you.
that.
Sets you. I don't know how we're gonna justify it.
Yeah,
I mean, you could just fractures. You could just like bend bones back into place. I just stop bleeding by pinching your skin so hard you stop bleeding.
All right, barbarian. Wild.
So also in 3rd level, you get Steel Defender. By 3rd level, your tinkering has become, Steel Defender. By 3rd level, your tinkering has borne you a faithful companion, a Steel Defender. It's friendly to you and your companions, and it obeys your commands. See its game statistics in the Steel Defender stat block, which uses your proficiency bonus in several places. You determine the creature's appearance and whether it has 2 legs or 4. Your choice has no effect on its game statistics. In combat, your defender shares your initiative count, but it takes its turn immediately after yours. It can move and use its reaction on its own, but the only action it can take on its turn is the dodge action, unless you take a bonus action on your turn to command it to take another action. That action can be one in its stat block or some other action. If you were incapacitated, the defender can take any action of its choice, not just dodge. If the mending spell is cast on it, it regains 2d6 hit points. If it has died within the last hour, you can use your Smith's tools as an action to revive it. Providing you are within 5 feet of it and you expand a spell slot a first level or higher. The Steel Defender returns to life after 1 minute with all its hit points restored. At the end of a long rest, you can create a new Steel Defender. If you have Smith's tools with you. If you already have a defender from this feature, the first one immediately perishes. The defender also perishes if you die.
Sounds so morbid. It's like, hey, if you got a buddy and you create a new buddy, that first buddy, it's gonna perish. It's gonna die. Oh, that sounds so aggressive. But,
all right, I already know the lore I want for the fighter. So the lore we have for this fighter is how do I put this? Basically, whether or not you want to say that you were part of an army or whatever, but I just like the idea that the lore behind this subclass of fighter is that you were in a battle with one of these artificers and they were a close buddy, or you were the last one they healed, something that brought you two together and you saw them go down. You tried to defend them, but they went down. And that imparted you onto their construct, who then began to follow you. So we can give the fighter a construct, but it's not the one that they created. It's just, it works the same way. We can give them the Steel Defender, but we can put it in the lore that they got it trying to defend like an artificer, or like you came across one that was dying, they tried to help.
Interesting.
And by doing so, the thing said, well, you're my new master now. And we can give the fighter tools for the purpose of rebuilding it.
Fixing it, repairing
like you know, again, you could put it in the lore that they learned from the artificer right before it died, you know, or the tinkering thing it taught it. But I love this idea of, now that I'm reading it, we can give this to the fighter because it's now sentient. It's not like the artificer's creating this on a daily basis. It itself seems to be a thing. Yeah. So I kind of like the idea that it says it dies when you die, right? It perishes when you die. Yeah. But what if, again, or what if it was a gift, like an old artificer that can no longer adventure, and you helped him out, so he gifted you his companion who wants to go help the world. So I feel like that's what I want to do. I want to give it a companion based off the fact that it had a run-in with one of these artificers. Got you. And made an impact, so the thing followed it down. Sure. So I kind of like that, because then we can do the Steel Defender. Then we can give it the Steel Defender, which I think is fine. Right. Because it seemed like this is going to be a big deal for it, right? So we'll keep it in the back pocket if we got to keep the Steel Defender. I think we can write it into the lore just fine. Sure. Okay, cool. So the Steel Defender is a medium construct, armor class of 15 as natural armor. Hit points are 2 plus your intelligence modifier plus 5 times your artificer level. The defender has a number of hit dice, 8 d8s, equal to your artificer level. It has a speed of 40, has a strength of 14, a dex of 12, constitution of 14, intelligence of 4, wisdom of 10, charisma of 6. Saving throws include dexterity plus 1 plus your proficiency bonus, and constitution plus 2 plus your proficiency bonus. Skills: athletics plus 2 plus your proficiency bonus, perception plus 0 plus your proficiency bonus times 2. I can see, because it like just has like all around vision, you can almost say. Damage immunities is poison. I would almost say, I guess if it's not immune to charm, then it does have a mind. It does have an intelligence. It's sentient. Oh, is this intelligence? It's 4. I'm just saying it doesn't have an immunity. Oh, condition immunity. Never mind. That's the damage immunity. Condition immunity, charm, exhaust, poisoned. Oh, I was gonna say. I would almost even put blinded. Like, how do you blind it? Or deafen, you know what I mean? Like, there's a couple things I think that you could add there, but it's not important. Senses, dark vision 60, passive perception 10, plus your proficiency bonus times 2. And languages, understands the language you speak. No challenge rating, and it has no proficiency bonus. The proficiency bonus equals yours. And vigilant defender can't be surprised. Actions. Force empowered rend. It's a melee attack. Your spell attack modifier to hit, reach 5. Your one target you can see. It is a 1d8 plus your proficiency bonus force damage. It can also repair 3 times per day. This magical mechanism inside the defender restores 2d8 plus your proficiency hit points to itself or to one construct or object within 5 feet of it. And it has one reaction, deflect attack. The defender imposes disadvantage on the attack roll of one creature it can see that is within 5 feet of it, provided the attack roll is against a creature other than the defender. I kind of like that.
Interesting.
So it's kind of like if you're trying to heal your partner, it's there to like basically get in their way to not mess with you. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm okay with these. At 5th level, you get extra attack. You can attack twice rather than once when you take the attack action on your turn. At 9th level, you get Arcane Jolt. At 9th level, you learn new ways to channel arcane energy to harm or heal. When either you hit a target with a magical weapon attack, or your steel defender hits a target, you can channel magical energy through the strike to create one of the following effects. The target takes an extra 2d6 force damage, or choose one creature or object you could see within 30 feet of the target. Healing energy flows into the chosen recipient, restoring 2d6 hit points to it. You can use this energy a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier, minimum of once, but you can do so no more than once on a turn. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Okay with that. An improved defender. At 15th level, your Arcane Jolt and Steel Defender become more powerful. The extra damage and healing of your Arcane Jolt both increase to 4d6. Your Steel Defender gains a +2 bonus to armor class. Whenever your Steel Defender uses its deflect attack, the attacker takes force damage equal to 1d4 plus your intelligence modifier.
Okay.
Kind of like that. Okay, so basically what I'm getting from this is that we are a healer with a minion that basically acts as our shield when we're trying to do our, like, lore wise, you would imagine you're trying to sit there on the battlefield healing someone up, and he's just there deflecting
and
attacks.
Like your arm too, he can almost like extension of you, like able to do something a little bit further off, because it's a lot of the stuff that you can do can also be triggered when your Steel Defender hits, right?
Right. Okay, so I'm thinking right away, so I don't think Battlefield Smith makes any sense anymore, because we're not really smithing anything. Like we're the only thing we're gonna repair is our little dude. But
yes,
I don't think Battlefield Medic could be interesting, because Battlefield you still feel like a battle medic.
Sure.
Could we call this Battle Medic?
I do like that. I honestly don't think there is anything like that.
So we could, because instead of Battlefield Smith, I think we can call it a Battle Medic, and battle indicates fighter subclass. And again, there's no fighter that heals. So I'm digging this. I really think that this could be it.
Look that up. There's really no fighter that heals?
Other than self-healing, I don't think there's any fighter that focuses on healing others. So I think Battle Medic is it.
I think you're right. That's wild. I mean, like, even Monk has a subclass that heals. But
Okay, so that's easy. I like that. Let me know in chat if you agree or disagree. On YouTube, let us know in the comments. How do you like this name, Battle Medic? I think it works. All right, I'm gonna step away real quick, and then we will get into translating all of these abilities.
Let's
Entertain the
do
folks,
it.
Kage.
Indeed. So this is actually my first time fully running through the Battlesmith for the Artificer. I've wanted to play one before. I've gotten close, but I've never actually gone through all of it. So that's very interesting, all the different ways you can go about using this. I'm very curious how we want to translate a lot of this into Fighter. I know Vortex is gonna have a lot of very interesting ideas going forward right here. But with Battle Medic in mind, like, I definitely like the ideas of like the mix of being able to protect yourself and your companions while you heal them and keep them alive on the battlefield. Like it's if anyone's ever seen Solo Leveling, the very first episode is a very disrespectful episode, but at the end of it, like, this dude finally survives, but like almost everybody else that was in his party dies. And this is the direction I thought he was gonna go. Instead, he went like a badass assassin because he wanted to be a badass assassin because it's an anime. But
Right.
Battle Medic is exactly the vibe I thought. Like, imagine if you started like going real hard in like a Battle Medic after something like that happened. Like, nobody in your party would ever die ever again.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
for real, bro.
for real.
You're like, nah, bro. Like, this, like, imagine if you're the solo leveling, but instead of leveling up in assassin, you're leveling up in Battle Medic. Like, that would be dirty. Like, that would just be dirty. And I don't know what you do with your horde of minions, but you could probably figure out all kinds of craziness to do with the horde of minions. This might not be a necromancer.
Ooh,
That is so
okay,
wild. That is so
okay.
wild for
I
that
think I
idea.
got some ideas here. Okay, so looking this over.
I told you, Chet. I told you he would have ideas. I told
So, yes. Okay. Can you look something up? What action is the help act? Is that a help action? The full action?
It is.
Okay,
Unless something specifically gives it to you as a bonus action.
So this thing gets its Steel Defender, and it also gets the Battle Ready, right? So we can't really give, like, it doesn't make sense to give Marshall efficiency, and we can't give him expertise because that's a rogue only thing. Still think expertise should be available.
I still.
And the weapon attack, the magic attack doesn't really make sense. He's already going to do that, right? And we're not really giving him magic yet, like spells. So here's my alternatives, because we are going to give him the defender in our own way, but we'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
So here's what I'm thinking for his before we get the defender. Before we get to the defender. Let me how do you think about this? So, looking at the fighter, by now we've chosen a fighting style. Can't do anything with that. That's just going to be the flavor of your character build, right? I don't want to mess with that. I don't want to like do individual
You don't want to make it matter so much which one is which.
Exactly. You're going to choose your fighting style. That's fine. This has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
Because that's just going to be superfluous to the subclass. The next thing you get is Second Wind. So you have a limited well of stamina that you can draw it on to protect yourself from harm. On your turn, you can use a bonus action to regain hit points equal to 1d10 plus your fighter level. Once you use this feature, you must finish a short or long rest. What if one of the abilities at 3rd level for this subclass, instead of, say, proficiency in martial weapons, is you can use your Second Wind to heal an ally within 5 feet of you. Essentially, you give up your Second Wind to give to them. So that's one of the options.
I like that.
That's all.
like
All
that.
we're doing is modifying how you use a thing you already get.
Sure.
And here's the other one. That's Second Wind, and then you also get your action surge. Well, that's at 2nd level. No, so you get Second Wind. So we can do that, you're also going to get your martial archetype. And that's really, again, nothing I really want to mess with. An action surge you don't want to mess with. So one,
Well,
you get to do this.
this would be your martial archetype.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's-
so
yeah.
but yeah. So second wind. Well, I guess because second wind happens. Oh yeah. So your martial archetype, you choose this. So as this, you can now use your second wind on an ally within 5 feet of you.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you can use the help action as a bonus action.
I definitely like the help
So
action as a bonus action.
imagine as a fighter, you're in the midst of it, and you can just go get up, heal.
Like, if
We're
somebody-
back in.
Imagine you're like adjacent to somebody who's like trapped in something and they have to like make a check to get out of it, and you're standing right next to them, and you can, as a bonus action, you could still do whatever you're doing with your attack action, but like as a
Right.
bonus action, just be like, all right, I'm gonna help you, give you advantage on your next.
Right.
That would be absolutely
Like being able
fire.
to, or help and because you could help and then back up with heal. You could help heal, boom.
Yeah.
Like I think that right there, because we're not changing anything else we can do. It's already something that they have.
Yeah.
We're just letting him apply it to somebody else. Like again, pat on the shoulder.
Yeah.
You know, you get someone up, you rough them out of the thing. Like, hey, wake up, let's go.
You know what? I wouldn't even mind like making this an additional use of it. Like,
So you just get like one. You get one use for you, one use for a party per
sure.
long rest.
Yeah.
Okay, you could do that.
Because
So like basically it would say like you get one additional use of so it would just say here at level 3 you get one additional use of second wind to use on an ally.
basically, yeah.
Okay. So we'll
That's
call
good.
third level gain one use of second wind or ally. Perfect. I like that. And then
Yeah.
are we cool with the help action as a bonus action?
I very much
It's
like that.
small,
I
but
very much like that.
but I feel like it goes with what we're trying to do here.
it's small. I feel like that's huge. And it feels like it fits so much for number one being a fighter and number two being a medic. Like out here in the middle of the battlefield trying to make sure everyone's going to stay alive while fighting everything else off.
Mhm.
Right? Imagine somebody just like knocked one of your allies down and they're now knocked prone and they got to make a check to like actually stand up, or maybe they're grappled or whatever the case. You can get right next to them and start hacking away at the person that was trying to knock them down, while at
Right.
the same time giving them advantage on trying to stand up and get out of that mess. So like it's wild. It's wild. And then being able to use your second wind on them and heal them up a little bit while that's happening.
Right.
That's gotta be the most clutch. Everyone's gonna be like, please come. And then imagine they have a cleric on their team and everyone's like, screw the cleric. Cleric never heals anybody anyways.
Right.
Come over here, fighter, please.
So
And he's just
I'm thinking for the defender, lore wise, it should just be obtained from an artificer. We can just like put that in like our little blurb for lore, like, you know, somehow obtained it.
Sure.
But I'm thinking it should work as is, except replace all instances, like it uses your strength instead of intelligence. So it's bonded with you. So all in terms of like its hit points
okay.
are 2 plus your strength modifier.
Okay.
The, you know, whatever it can do, its attacks
I will
are
say-
this like everything's the same except it just uses your strength.
Do you think it's worth giving them the option between strength and dexterity? Because a lot of the times
Sure.
when they would pick
Depend on the subclass, or not the subclass, but depend on the build. We can just
Yeah.
say like you can replace so uses strength or dex instead of intelligence when needed, because not all of these things use either of those. But I like that.
Yeah.
Otherwise it should work the exact same way. We don't have to tweak the defender, because the defender literally just attacks or defends you.
Yeah.
There's no reason that needs to change, and it makes it so much nicer to just be like, I love that lore of I earned this from someone,
Yeah.
and now I have this little pet that I didn't create, but will never go away. It'll always replenish itself. I have the schematics to rebuild my own. It's the only thing I can do. But
Yeah.
I'm totally down with that. Okay.
Okay.
Wow, going through them. Okay, so also with the Artificer at level 5, this is going to be our fighter level 7. It's gonna be the
Fighter level
equivalent.
7. Okay.
But at level 5, we got an extra attack. Now at that's for the Artificer. Now at level 7, we get another archetype. Now, granted, we got an extra attack at level 5
Already.
No, I'm sorry, level 5 and level 5. So we technically already get an extra attack. We already got an extra attack equal to this. So should we just buff the, like, how do we want to do this? Because we've already gotten an extra attack, so 2 levels later, we're getting a new buff that the Artificer isn't. And we already got the same buff. So
so the Artificer got their extra attack at level 5, right?
and so did Fighter. Fighter Core gets an extra attack at level 5.
Yeah.
But Subclass gets an upgrade at level 7. Fighter Subclass gets an upgrade at level 7.
And what is Artificer?
Artificer goes to level 9. So we could kind of do it that way. We could make the 9 and 7 more equal, and then the 15, because remember, it goes 3, 5, 9, 15 for Artificer.
So they get extra attack and a feature? Oh, wait.
No, from 3rd to 5th, that's all they get. But Fighter, remember, Fighter at 5th level gets extra attack.
No.
But then at 7th level gets a martial archetype feature.
Is the extra attack that Artificer gets, is that a part of their base class?
No,
is
that is the
part of
subclass. The subclass gets the extra attack.
That's what was throwing me off.
That's why we're having a problem, is Fighter already gets an extra attack at level 5. Now at level 7, they're going to get something else. But Artificer also, so should we give them an extra attack and just make you fucking terrifying?
You know what?
Should we just really make it terrifying and just give you one? You'll be the only fighter that gets to get an, I mean, you know what? I don't think any other fighter gives more attacks as a subclass.
It's true, but
it's either that or we can give, if we don't want to make it the character too powerful, we can flavor that as your Steel Defender gets an extra attack. So you as a fighter are going to be on par, but now you're giving your defender an extra action in the round.
I like that a lot.
Okay, so instead of you getting it, you're basically taking the Artificer's extra turn and giving it to the construct, your defender. There gets an extra action or extra attack.
I would say attack.
Okay.
This action might be a lot.
Oh. All right, cool. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
And then we'll continue on level 9.
Well, I am very intrigued thus far. I like the balance that we've struck with this. I think it was definitely a good choice to give the extra attack to the construct and not the player, because that's a lot for a fighter. You just got an attack after attack after attack after attack, and I know that this is theoretically that as well, but imagine the difference in what do you call it? It was the first subletting subclass that we did. God bless America. The Echo Knight. Yes, the Echo Knight. So the Echo Knight, you have this Echo that enables you to have an extra attack and an extra place for you to attack, right? So like a lot of that same utility is what we're seeing here in the Steel Defender. And so giving this extra attack to that, I don't feel like is tremendously egregious when it comes to what this subclass can do, especially if it's specifically only the Steel Defender has it, because then it has to come from that position, wherever that position is, right? So strategically, as you're doing this, you recognize I have this many, period, and then my Steel Defender has this many, period. And that way you can be like, all right, now I can make sure I have enough attacks to do it on the people that I can reach, and this and that, and whatever the case may be. So I like that idea. I like that that element of having to plan around everything and strategize and try and figure out the right ways you want to put things together. So yeah, I think this is pretty cool. I think this is pretty cool so far. I'm excited to see what we get with the 9th level ability and the 7th level ability. So real quick, were we saying that happened as well at 5th level for fighters?
No, that's their 7th level ability. So at 5th level, core fighter got an extra attack, and at 5th level, subclass artificer got the extra attack. So instead, when at 7th level, fighter would normally get a subclass feature, but instead of giving them just an extra attack, we're giving their construct a whole extra attack. So it now has 2 attacks it can do in the battlefield.
But that's not 7th level.
Not till 7th, no. But again, you're kind of already in par. So we could change that too. We could give him to something else as well. Instead of giving him the attack, I still think we do the defender, but we can give him something else.
No, I mean,
because the defender doesn't do much. The defender really isn't going to like be game breaking. So I think that's okay.
I was just talking about how much I liked the fact that that's what we did. That we're allowing the defender to do that and be used a lot more strategically, kind of like the Echo Knight.
So let's look at a couple other options. Let's look at what some of the other examples are for certain fighters and see if we can get, because I don't mind giving him something that's, again, not as powerful as an extra attack if we're giving that to the defender, but it still does. I mean, fighters still get something, and people are going to expect something more than their construct to be more defending.
Okay.
So like an Echo Knight. By this point at level 7, an Echo Knight gets the transfer of consciousness and can now attack through the echo.
Sure.
So attacking. Ooh. So what if we give it 2 abilities? The defender can now attack twice. What if an additional ability is on the defender's turn, one of the attacks essentially can be like a powered attack that is equal to yours. So kind of like how with the, like an echo, you can attack through your echo. What if it's like, the defender has its like tiny little putt attacks, but what if like once per turn, you can say, no, that attack is going to be equal to what I dish out. So it attacks basically at a distance for you, but with your strength, essentially like attacking through it. So just one option, one option.
How about either in addition to that, or whatever, but what about being able to heal through your construct, like having it be able to administer first aid to your opponents? Like, say you can't particularly get to them, but your steel defender could, for whatever reason, you could get them up. Maybe you guys got captured or whatever, and for whatever reason they didn't put cuffs on your steel defender, and he's just sitting there walking around.
Yeah, I feel like that's. But I feel like that would be baked in because it's a familiar. I feel like that's not an ability. That's just a feature of a familiar. Personally, I thought that would just be a feature.
If that was assumed, like
depending on the level of what you like. Again, if it's a like, it's one thing to have like a pet that can just like follow you and stuff, but if you can give commands to things like this level, I don't see why you couldn't tell it to like go untie a knot or just cut a knot. If it can make an attack, it can sit there and saw through a knot, in my opinion, without a direct ability. But that's me as a DM. That may be specific to DMs.
Sure.
And I take the liberty of understanding, like, you made a construct that can attack for you, but I need a specific command to do tiny things. You know what I mean? Like, so I like the idea of healing.
I see what you're saying.
What is chat saying? Like, anything in chat? No. Okay, so do we like the idea of giving it an extra attack by itself, or should that be like you can just? Okay. What about this? Okay. I'll do one more example and then we'll move on to see other examples, but I'll do one more of my own.
Okay.
From this, because wait a second, because we are doing 5 and 9. Actually, so what if we took 5 and 9 and morphed those? Well, because we still have 10th level. That's not till 9th level. No, I want to wait until the next level. I have a good idea for 9, or for the fighters. So, okay. You just get an extra attack. Fighter already has an extra attack. And okay, so Echo Knight can attack through their creature. Okay, so we have attacking through the creature, healing through the creature. Those are the two examples so far. The two ideas.
Yes.
Okay. So let's see. What can a champion do? A champion, by this point, you can add half your proficiency bonus to any strength, dexterity, constitution check and make that doesn't already use your proficiency bonus. In addition, when you make a running long jump, the distance is increased to a number of feet equal to your strength modifier. Okay. Meh. I don't really feel like that's where we want to kind of go with this. Doesn't really feel like it's giving me inspiration. Eldritch Knight. By 7th level, when you use your action to cast a cantrip, you can make one weapon attack as a bonus action.
Interesting. I mean, this far we haven't really messed with spells yet.
True. What about no, that's not gonna work either. This one's interesting. Okay. So nothing. Okay, I'm not getting anything from Eldritch Knight in terms of because we don't really do magic.
Yeah.
I was trying to see if could we work it into where when we use our action surge or our second wind, if we could then do another attack. Those are both bonus actions, so it's not like we're gonna dub one for the other. So there's no really. Sure. I was trying to think of I wouldn't mind a situational extra attack for a fighter.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like when specifically healing an ally or something, you can attack. What if I think there's a feature that does this, but no, that doesn't work either because there's a feat that does that. I was going to say if they go after an enemy and you're nearby, do you get opportunity attack kind of thing? But there's already a feat and a subclass feature that does that. What about instead of giving your defender extra attack, what if your defender has its own opportunity attack at level 7? Its own form of opportunity attack. And
would they not already get that?
Does it would it already get it, you think?
If it's a creature that occupies a space and has the ability and has a reaction, I would give it an opportunity attack.
So what if instead of extra attack, what if it occupies an adjacent space to an enemy, to your target, you get advantage? Like it gives the classic flanked rules.
Oh, like a pack tactics almost?
Yeah, so what if we did that where because it's not like an extra attack, it's not quite an extra attack, but again, it's more situational. If you call it closer to you, it constantly adds that distraction. How would a fighter use it? A medic would use it to defend themselves, but a fighter would use it to gain advantage in combat. So what if, as long as it's within 5 feet of your target, you get advantage on attacks? Is that too powerful? Is that too much? Because that technically means as a fighter, you'd permanently have advantage on basically anything that you fight. Because as soon as it's on the battlefield, if you didn't go have it, heal someone, it's going to be right there giving you advantage. So that might be too powerful.
What do you think about...
All right, so Rune Knight, while you're thinking, what did Rune Knight give us? You can invoke your rune magic to protect your allies when another creature you can see within 60 feet of you is hit by an attack roll. You can use your reaction to force the attacker to reroll. Interesting. Let me go back to Smith.
there was something. It was along the lines of
Ooh, we can give the defender reach on deflect attack. The defender imposes disadvantage on an attack roll of one creature it can see that's within 5 feet of it. What if we move that to 10? What if it could jump?
Oh, I like that.
So instead of giving it an extra attack,
like
just
that
say
a lot.
that its ability can just be used at 10 feet. Both?
I wouldn't do mine both. Especially if that's
Okay,
all you're
defender
getting.
So defender gets an extra attack. Defender, or yeah. Defender deflective attack. 10 foot reach. Okay. Do we want anything that the fighter gets? This is all so far about the defender. So the defender gets 2 buffs. Do we want to give the fighter something?
I mean,
Let me see.
ooh.
We have one more fighter option, but go ahead.
Okay. What if there are a lot of other classes that have stuff like this? I think Bard and I think Rogue also have something like this, but they will say that like you can't roll under a blank
Right.
on a certain check.
Got you.
And I think it might be cool if you can't roll under like if you rolled under a 9, like a 9 or under, the die roll is a 10. Like with the exception of a natural 1, obviously. And so like saying that it's like a guaranteed 10 on anything that they gave you the help action on.
How about, since we're leaning on this, the healing aspect, what if, taking that idea, what if when using second wind, when using second wind, when rolling for, after using second wind, when rolling for healing, reroll ones. So when you use second wind to heal yourself or someone else, you can't roll ones. You can't minimum get them. You get to reroll to get the best benefit of your healing.
Okay. Now, is it like infinitely reroll ones?
Is that how the tiefling works, or is it just once? Because I'm thinking about how the tiefling works with luck. Where they basically can't, or halflings, because they can't roll ones, right? Like they just can't.
No, it's
or is
not
it only
like
a one
that.
time?
I think there's got to be a limit to that.
There might be a limit to that one. That's the one I'm thinking about. That's what I'm basing it off of. I just can't remember what that one is.
Let me.
So we're okay with the defender getting the 2 things, though, right? Now we're just looking at one more for the actual fighter. Like the fighter should get something. I like those 2 for the defender. They get an extra attack, just like the fighter would, because they're now attached to a fighter, and their deflective attack has 10-foot reach.
Yeah,
I think those are dope.
I think that's perfect.
And then I really like this idea that, because again, fighter, we already said that you can use second wind on an ally, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you can use second wind on an ally, and it's a 10 plus your fighter level. So again, imagine that you just can't roll a 1 on that D10 roll.
Oh,
because that's the whole point, is you can't roll any 1 on that D10 roll, you re-roll it.
Specifically for second wind?
Just for second wind. So whenever you heal yourself for an ally using second wind, you can't roll a 1. That was my intention, is you re-roll 1s on second wind. Because this way it leans into you being a really good healer and focusing on being able to maximize your heals. And I'm okay just blanketing that in any way that you heal. If you heal in any other way, I don't know if that's too much, but because again, how would a fighter heal? Like it'd be very
what
rare.
level is this?
7. This is for 7th level. Because a fighter shouldn't normally be able to heal. So while it's targeting second wind, if you learned a different way to heal and you have to roll for it, I'm okay you getting no rolled 1s. I just kind of like the idea that this is just, I don't know, again, battle medic. Like you just can't fail at making people, at helping people survive. And again, the help action I was thinking for like death saves, So being able, or like the sustain action, so you can just run over and as a bonus action, like you're no longer dying, and then just keep on
like
running away.
To stabilize them.
Yeah, stabilize. So imagine just being able to run up, bonus action to stabilize, and then you can second win them, and you can't crit roll, so you actually get them up above 1. And you can't just put them at 2. You know what I mean? Like, these are the things that I was thinking. Because on top of that, now your defender also does some cool shit. And you're still a fighter. You're still getting your extra attacks. You're still doing all your stuff.
Yes.
But while you're out there, you're focusing on being the guy that people can rely on if the cleric isn't doing its job or if everyone's down.
Sure.
You're the one that can keep the fight going and then still back out, get the cleric back up, get the wizard back up, then go back into the fight. Like, that was my direction.
This is too much. Having an additional die on your second win.
I was just looking, does second win ever upgrade?
No. I don't think so.
Okay, so what about I know we keep thinking about the defender, but what if the defender gets its own? Well, the defender kind of gets its own second win because it can
I mean, can't you use second win through the defender? And all the defender needs is a mending cantrip. Which I totally think.
Well, it has its own, and it's had its own way to heal, so it doesn't need its own like way. But that would be interesting. I wouldn't mind. So should that have had it happen at 3rd level, or being able to use second wind through your defender? When should that have been able to happen?
Oh,
like 3rd level or now? Like, should that have been right out the gate that you could do that?
I mean.
Because we already gave him 2 abilities at 3rd level.
What did he get at 3rd level?
Gain 1 use of second wind for an ally, so you can use your second wind for an ally, and then the help action's now a bonus action.
Is the second wind for an ally? Is there a range on that?
I would assume touch. Like I'm assuming within 5 feet. Like the idea is like you have to, just like with yourself, it's a second win. You have to be there to be able to like, you know, patch him up, get him on the back, like shake him out of it. You know what I mean? Like second win, like, hey, I'm getting you on. Let's go. Take a deep breath. Let's get back out there.
Then I think that
now would be a good time to extend it, or always.
I think they maybe should have started off with it.
Well, remember
at 3rd level.
Well, remember because this was an additional ability. So you have 2 second wins, 1 for yourself, and we give him 1 for yourself and 1 for an ally. It's not the same shared one.
Yes, but like, and still, again, not the same shared one, but you still only have 2. But you can use that second wind. You can use that second wind through your.
Okay, so how about
to like do instead the touch to an ally?
So should we just say you have a second wind, or should we give the construct from level 3 a second wind? Like your construct has a second wind it can use on allies. So or it can use on a target. So you either it's a second one for you or a second one for any ally. So instead of it just being one for the ally, what if we just gave a use of second wind to your defender
that it can use on an ally,
that it can use on any ally, including yourself? Kind of like imagine like it's like a little shot of adrenaline. It just walks up and just stabs you like a little shot of adrenaline.
If we're gonna separate, I know this sounds really weird, but if we're gonna separate it like that, because I was kind of worried about this earlier, especially because of how second wind is.
Right.
It's kind of like action surge ish.
Yeah.
But especially because I really want this to be able to grow.
I don't mind later down the road saying your second wind increases in this subclass, because again, we're a healing subclass. I don't mind increasing it at the next level.
But like saying you can use it, your proficiency modifier number of times.
Second wind specifically
in your construct. Your construct can use it 3 times on allies only. I mean, theoretically, it could come up and use it use one of its charges.
I'd be okay with half your proficiency bonus, because then up to 3 times. I feel like that's a good. I don't know if I.
So at level 20, you think only using 3 times is.
I feel like that's good.
Okay.
Again, because we're already healing.
So half your proficiency bonus rounded down.
rounded down number of times. Just so you can use it. Yeah. So, okay. So at third level, defender gains,
I think I'm good with that.
gains,
I'm good with that.
second wind, equal to efficiency bonus, divided by 2. For allies. Cool. Okay. And you can do the help action as a bonus action. So I think that still does everything else. I think that's totally fine for early on.
Yeah.
Your defender basically now gets a boost to heal. You basically can now use your defender to heal your allies at a distance automatically from the get-go. And people can be, creative and throw it if they want and do all of that kind of shit. But I do like that from the get-go, you can do that. And it's specific to your defender. So if it goes down, you don't get to second wind them. You aren't the healer. You're leaning on this little thing.
It's like your on the go med kit. Wait.
I kind of liked the idea of like the battle, like he was the medic. But I mean, again, you could even do that in the starter pack where you could just say like you gain proficiency in like, I don't know if there's like a healing kit or something, but
there is.
So you could say we give him the proficiency in the healing kit when you take the subclass.
Yes.
So at least that way he's also a regular medic plus this thing.
It's like a feat that you can take, like the healer feat. Like it's really good. And
you know what?
I'm super tempted.
I'm gonna say he gets both. I'm sorry. I think so. The defender gains second wind equal to your proficiency bonus divided by 2 for allies. Okay, I'm gonna also add
It's not even like your steel defender either, like being kind of like your little R2D2 where it like pops out all your little med kit tools.
Right. It's like there. So I'm gonna give a third option at level 3. Defender gains second wind with a proficiency bonus limit. The help action is now a bonus action. And you can use your second wind on an ally within 5 feet. Because again, if you're the medic, we shouldn't just be 100% relied on this thing. I still like the idea that you can give up your own. Because again, you're not getting an extra one. It's your extra one. But I still think that you should be able to sacrifice your own for the heal. That to me is more of a battlefield medic. You need to be able to do CPR.
Agree with that. I do agree with that.
And I really want it because I just imagine, again, I know that the help action can be used in a lot of ways, but I know that it's mostly beneficial for death saves, right? You can just get someone out of death saves.
Yes.
Imagine running up and not just getting them to 1 hit point and they're awake, but slapping them with 15 hit points. Like the fact that I can get you up out of death and early on, 10 hit points is huge right from death. Later down the road, big deal, right? Like, but you're still not at 1, because that's always my biggest gripe. 9 times out of 10 when you get brought out from death, you're at 1 hit point and you're going to go down by getting sneezed on. At least this feels like a combat medic. He's not going to revive you, but he's going to get you up enough to run away, right? That's the whole point, is get you moving.
And I don't.
So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with those 3. I don't think it's too bad. I don't think it's too powerful.
There is the feat I was talking about. Like, I swear it can actually like heal you a certain amount, which means it can also bring you back up from death saves.
Got you.
Right. So I honestly feel like I don't know where you think we should place this, but if your steel defender is within 5 feet of an ally that you're adjacent to, you can use a use of this healer's kit. Like, you'll have like certain supplies in it that you can replenish or whatever, like a normal healer's kit, but you have a certain number of uses of this and you can literally heal somebody.
But that's what second wind is doing. Like, honestly, that you're describing what second wind would visually look like. is this thing is literally just walking over that you've prepped it with a syringe or however you want to like look at it. But this thing is basically doing that. It's walking up and doing it, or it's walking up with you. Like, I feel like that's just a more convoluted way to explain.
Okay.
I honestly think it's the same
That's
thing.
fair.
I think we're doing right. I think we're doing it correct. But then that brings the question: if we've modified the 3rd level, now coming back to 7th level, right? We have the defender gets an extra attack. 100% down with that. Defender's deflect now goes to 10 feet. Totally down with that.
For sure.
Now that we've added those things to the 2nd, do we give the fighter something at level 7? Because again, now the defender's been upgraded. What do we give the fighter to do? Like, does he get anything now? Does he
At
get a
level
second?
7.
Yeah. Does he get a second wind at this point? So now he can do 2. I don't know if that would be okay. Can he now? I'm trying to think of like what else because again, he is a fighter. He's still gonna get all of his cool fighter stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't want to just be healing. But we give the defender a ton of stuff already. Like the defender's getting some shit. So what else could a fighter do outside of not rolling 1s when healing? Again, that's the only thing I could do.
Describe to me what deflect does.
Oh, from the defender?
Yes.
The deflect imposes disadvantage on an attack roll of one creature now at 10 feet it can see. Now, as long as it can see it within 10 feet, it can impose disadvantage.
Can we give that to him too? It's not Healy.
Yeah.
It's battlefieldy.
Is there a feat that already does that? You know what I mean? I don't want to like.
There's another subclass that does something similar.
Okay, but not a feat. Not like a feat that says you can impose disadvantage, like Sentinel or something. I was
No.
thinking like, those kind of things.
Not
where,
that I know of. No.
Interesting. So, so as a reaction, give you a reaction to impose disadvantage if an adjacent ally is attacked with a melee attack.
Yeah.
Okay. So 7th level, impose disadvantage.
Oh.
Attacked melee with adjacent ally attacked melee. I'm okay with that. Any concerns?
1.
What are we thinking? What's going on?
Damn it. It's not a feat, it's a fighting style
Oh, that does that?
that does that.
Okay.
It's a little bit more widely accessed. All paladins, all fighters, all
Imposing disadvantage when someone next to you gets attacked?
all rangers have the ability to access this particular fighting style, which would enable you to, it says when a creature you can see attacks a target other than you within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage. So it's the 5 feet version of that.
Gotcha.
But you must be wielding a shield. So specifically protection says you have to be wielding a shield. So maybe this allows you to do it despite not having a shield. And maybe that makes it different enough.
What if, again, it doesn't have to be something that they can do, but what if we added in language that said any creature healed by second wind imposes I don't know how the verbiage, but basically anybody that just got second wind attacks against them have disadvantage until the start of their next turn.
Oh.
Not your next turn, their next turn. As in, hey, adrenaline rush, like move, get out of here, dodge this next incoming attack, and then when it's your turn,
I love that.
Then
name
you
for it,
can
too,
you can
Adrenaline
go.
Rush.
So it's either that or this is a little bit weird because it's not a rogue, and I think if it was a rogue subclass coming from a rogue subclass, this would make more sense.
Sure.
But letting anybody who had who just got second wind also use the disengage action. But that sounds like more like if it came from a rogue to fighter, that would be more fun. I don't feel like it feels like artificery. But I kind of like the idea of somehow saying that when you I want the idea that when you use second wind, it's not just a heal, but again, the worst thing that it feels is when you get out of death saves, you immediately go down. That's where second wind feels good to be able to do that to an ally. But what else can you do to make them have a chance to leave? You know what I mean? Whether it's anybody, whether they have imposed disadvantage, whether anybody healed by second wind before the end of your next turn gets double healing from from other sources. So if someone else doubles down on a heal, they get boosted. I'm just trying to think of I want it to be impactful that you're not just keeping people from dying, but you're getting them off the battlefield. You're allowing them to move 10 feet. Like anybody who gets second wind can have a free 10 feet of movement. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or what's the move now? Shift. Or you know what I mean? Like whatever the thing is where you can just barely get out of attack. Like something like that I feel would be great. Being able to switch places with the person that you just healed. You know what I mean? Like
I think we were just talking about how that mechanic is underused.
I mean, would you want to just do that then? Is the defender gets an extra attack, defender deflect has 10-foot reach, and when using second wind, you can switch places with an adjacent ally. Or I don't know.
I almost don't want to tie it to the second wind. I almost want to just say you can just do that. Like I might make it.
Okay, what about this? Tell me if this is too bad for 7th level. Whenever you roll damage for a melee attack or healing for second wind, you can choose to swap places with the target. So this is essentially anybody you want. If you do damage to someone, you can swap places. If you heal someone with second wind, you can swap places. Essentially, it just gives you a broad range of, that's just now your ability. You have battlefield control. You can swap places, put yourself in front of somebody, get the enemy away from your target, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
But it ties it to, you have to either do damage to them or you had to heal them. Because I don't know if just being able to swap places with the person you healed is strong enough for like a 7th level ability.
Yeah.
But again, it gets them out of it provides the opportunity that you basically got them up and then got in front of them. And it kind of did the whole anime or the movie trope where you get them up and stand in front of them and you're like, get out of here. Like that's the idea I imagine is you're standing there like, you good? Now get out of here, kid.
Yeah.
Because that's the whole point, right? You got in front of it so they could leave without opportunity attack.
Yeah.
So those are some of my ideas. I don't really know.
I do like that idea. I really do like that idea of specifically being able to switch places with them.
Oh, it's crazy. Imagine being able to do that when you opportunity attack too. Because again, anytime you do damage with melee. So imagine someone's running by and you melee attack them and you swap spaces with them. Be like, no, get the fuck over here. Like you could literally be like a brute because anytime you do damage with melee, you just move someone. Or just specifically switch spots. And if you could time it out, if your DM would allow you, you hit someone, like let's say you get the 2, you hit someone, switch places with them, and then you grapple them and shove them. So you're on the edge. You hit them once, take, churn, and then you push. So you get 2 actions to do it. That could be a lot of fun for a fighter. And again, it's all about protecting your allies. This doesn't really make you a better fighter. It makes you a better protector.
I
think I've talked myself into it. I kind of like this. You get to switch places with anybody you damage or heal. melee or with second
I
wind.
imagine because you can replace any attack roll with an attempt to grapple or an attempt to shove. And so theoretically, as somebody is passing by, you could use it as an attempt to grapple, and if it hits, you switch places with them. And if you switch places with them, now that they're grappled, guess what? Their speed is 0, and that was on a reaction. That means in the middle of you jogging past me, I just put on the brakes.
Yep.
And I stopped you in your freak. That's a lightweight sentinel move right there.
Yeah.
Like I think that would
so
be
we cool. Are we cool with that? Okay. So
I think that would be so cool. I think that would be so cool.
So melee damage or second wind. So melee damage or second wind heal equals switch places. So yeah, so if you damage someone with a melee attack, if you heal someone with second wind, you can switch spots with them.
Yeah.
Along with defender gets the extra attack and defender deflects goes to 10 feet. I think all of those great at 7th level.
Okay.
All right, little detour. We got some things from chat. We have a this or that.
Ooh, very
from
cool.
Cart. It's a little bit longer, so let's read the whole thing before we decide.
Cool.
So this or that. Do you think past level 20, you should be able to get a racial feat and or a subclass feat unique to the race and or subclass, or in addition to more proficiencies and or bonus modifiers? This is all disregarding getting to level 20. Becoming an adventurer seems hectic and a bore if not played correctly. So the this or that is after level 20, is it racial feats and subclass unique bonuses, or is it racial so after level 20, should you be able to get racial feats and or subclass feats unique to the race, or subclass or proficiency bonus modifiers?
Oh, proficiency.
Gotcha.
Proficiencies and like skills.
So
and, like,
after level 20,
bonuses to your stats.
right. So after level 20, the this or that is after level 20, should bonuses be applied by a race or by subclass? That's how I'm gonna boil this down. After level 20, should you bonus by race or subclass? That's it. That's all we get. This or that. No other building upon that. If I only have the two, subclass. It's got to be subclass, because I don't even have it. I mean, there's no reason here. Just between those two options, if I only get after level 20, I'm either going to upgrade based on my race or my subclass. I'm going to choose subclass. The thing I specialized in, the thing that I chose to do, the thing that I've done nothing but get better at.
I would also say so.
Like I could go off on an hour on why I chose that, but that was that was it. Did this or that. I love those. I love this or that. I'm glad that you all use it. We've given Cart a lot of brain blast, by the way, on creating items. Here's a little bit of a sample. That. Arcane Javelin, a weapon infusion. Signature weapon is a repeating arcane spear launcher, a polearm or longsword that can also fire force bolts at short range. Think steampunk railgun plus spear plus soul crystal.
Wild.
Interesting. Yeah, I could see that. Reminds me of a staff of magic missile.
Fair.
Lightweight. Not too bad though. Not too bad. I don't think I ever showed you my Mystic Mole. I should really try to figure out how to make that like into a 2nd edition build. The Mystic Mole, because, or a 5th edition build. I should understand how to like make that, because it's more lore based, but I should figure out specifically what the specs are on it and make it into 5th edition, because that's one of my favorite creations. Like that thing is like, I built the D&D sniper rifle, and that's all I fucking care about. Is I got a D&D sniper rifle. That's absolutely amazing. All it takes is a couple of runes, and then you can actually have like a scope down the side of it, because you can just have runes pop up like a little hologram that like actually like zooms in your vision.
It would be so sick.
Yeah, but telling you, just being able to have a crossbow that can go over a mile, like that was all I wanted. Is just I could shoot across a fucking lake and hit you, and it won't be, you know what I mean? Like you won't even see me. What?
How quiet that.
It's actually, so for clarity's sake, it's Mystic Mall, as because it looks like it basically looks like a polearm mixed with like a sledgehammer. Like it's about as big as a polearm, but at the top, instead of it being a spike, it looks like the head of a sledgehammer.
Okay.
And it works the same way. It swings and operates basically like a sledgehammer polearm. But that's a bunch of different mechanics in there inside of it, make it also a sniper rifle. Or a sniper crossbow. Absolutely dope. So it's the Mystic Maul, because at first you just look at it as just this like awesome weapon, and then he cranks back like a little hidden compartment and then like digs it into the ground, kind of like how the pikemen used to do for horses.
Oh yeah,
you dig it into the ground, stomp your foot on it, laying it down, and then you get like, you know, your aim out, and then when you launch it, it just goes for like a mile. It's absolutely amazing. I miss those days.
I'm curious if anyone would ever try to shoulder that thing.
Technically it doesn't. I mean, I don't know how you would. It's almost like you'd have to have someone at the front like holding it like this, and someone in the back. But yeah, the idea was that you just dig it into the ground, so that way, because it was more meant not for ranged combat on the ground. It was meant for being able to have something that you could defend yourself with while traveling. But it was also great for aerial combat, especially against dragons. Things that you normally, you know, can go higher than you can normally fire if you don't have siege weapons. So this thing was basically a handheld miniature siege weapon that you could just plant in the ground, aim at the dragon, and then just thunk it. No matter how high it flew, you would just tag it.
Wild. Fucking love that.
So I say it's a sniper rifle, but it was mainly for large targets in the air. But again, when it goes, the idea was to get it to go a mile, just so I could actually like target some shit.
Yeah.
Then imagine just like a whole force like outside of a town, just a mile away. You're just like, do you hear a whistle? You know what I mean? It's just like there's some whistling. It's like, are there sticks just like hitting the and then all of a sudden they just start tagging you. Just never knew where they came from.
Literally just out of sight. God bless America.
All right. Okay, so back to this. All right, so for 7th level, I think we are doing really good. We have a defender that has an extra attack. The defender has the deflect attack can now go to 10 feet, so it can pose disadvantage at 10 feet. And whenever we do melee damage or heal with second wind and roll that damage or healing, we can switch places with the target.
Beautiful. Absolutely
I absolutely think that's just like a chef's kiss. Again, thinking about a battlefield medic, that's what you want. You want someone that can move the people off the field, right? You want them to be able to like, and you don't want them drag, you know, in D&D, there's no real like concept of dragging them off the field, but that right there that is the D&D concept of getting you off the battlefield, dragging you away, and being able to, again, being able to bonus action, get someone from death saving throws, slap them with some heals, and then get them away from their attacker all in one swift move.
And you know what's awesome? Is even though it works on your enemies this way, it also works on your allies. Forced movement does not provoke opportunity attacks.
Exactly.
So like your downed ally, boom, I've just moved you out of there. You are safe. You're not going to get an opportunity attack on you.
And you're not a squishy. You literally stand in between them and the attacker and ready. You are ready for the attacker. You are bound because you're not doing magic. You're just really good at being a field medic. Again, just the battle medic. Yes, I love this. I really, really like this idea. Okay, so moving on. Now we have to look at our 10th level abilities. So Artificer at 9th level, they got the Arcane Jolt. Now, with this, they were able to harm or heal. And whenever you hit a target with a magic weapon attack or the Steel Defender hits a target, you can channel magical energy through the strike and create one of the following effects. The target takes an extra 2d6 damage, or choose one creature object you can see within 30 feet. Healing energy flows to that chosen recipient, restoring 2d6 hit points. So I kind of like going along with this. And so adding to the healing that we can do. So before we were talking about how later down the road, like second wind isn't a lot. What if we added this to your second wind? So what if at this stage, at 10th level, you add 2d6 to your second wind? And we add that you can't roll a 1 when healing. So now your second wind does 1d10 plus 1d6 plus your strength modifier, or plus your fighter level. So you get a 1d10 plus 2d6 plus your fighter level whenever you heal or heal an ally. And I would love to have it in here, you can't roll a 1. Again, you are the true epitome of a battle medic. Now you actually feel like you could heal your... Now again, later in the game, you feel like you're a good healer. That's 20, that's at level 10, that's 32 points of damage that you can heal. If it all goes well. And if you can't roll a 1, your odds of doing that do increase slightly. So that's my argument. My argument for level 10 is just, and that's not the only thing I'm arguing for, just that is one of the two, those are two features I would like to see at level 10, is we take this from the Arcane Jolt, and it says that they take 2 extra force damage or 2 extra hit points. Why not just say the same thing happens? You know, the equivalent is we can give the 2d extra damage as well. So it says whenever hit.
When does this happen?
So whenever you hit a target or with a magic weapon. So it has to be a magical weapon.
Okay.
Or your steel defender hits a target. You do 2d6 extra damage.
Okay.
That's it. You just do 2d6 extra damage. You and your defender. I'm cool with that. I'm cool just blanket giving them extra damage. The second one, choose one creature or object you can see within 30 feet, and when you hit an enemy, you can choose to heal an ally instead of do the extra damage. So that's what this one does.
Oh, okay. So
I hit an enemy, and I either do 2d6 extra damage or I do 2d6
but
healing.
For us, you're saying let's just straight up give them the extra 2d6 damage, and then just say whenever you're using
because you're not magical. So instead of it being this, I struck you and I get magic to suddenly send to you, it's just that your ability to heal is that much better. You and your defender just give more health now. Instead of you being able to do it from a distance, you're just increasing what you can do. And by this point, the defender can already do it more times. So now you were actually a valid healer on the battlefield at level 10. Because remember, that's a d10 plus 2d6 plus your level. Everyone cool with that?
Like
Are we cool with this for a level 10 ability? Okay, so level 10, we're gonna say
this is 10, not 9.
This level, they're level 9, our level 10.
Got you.
So damage. So damage plus 2d6. Self and defender. So damage is plus 2d6, self and defender. Self magic weapon. So self magic weapon and the defender can get a 2d6.
What type of damage is this? Is this just whatever their original damage type is?
This says force damage, so I'm okay just
keeping
also call
damage.
It 2d6 force damage, because then it's neutral. I feel it's good to be neutral. Second wind gives plus 2d6 healing, which is great. And was that it? Just those two. So second wind gets extra healing, and then do we need anything else? Because that's all this gets. And then you can use this a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier.
And it's already limited to half of our proficiency bonus.
Well, that was specifically the creature's ability. We only still get the 1 second wind. The creature gets the
exactly half. So like the amount of times we're getting to use this is already limited. So
yeah, I don't feel like, and it's so much boosted already. Like we're doing, I think we're actually doing more healing at this point than the Artificer was.
Probably.
So this actually might be better than the Artificer. So do we need anything else? Damage increases, second wind increases. I don't think we need anything else. I think
don't
that's
think so.
fine. It's
Yeah.
basically in line with what Arcane Jolt does. Yeah, no, I'm in 5. I'm fine. Okay, so Artificer at level 15 and their final level, they got improved defender. So their Jolt and their Steel Defender became more powerful. So just their extra damage. So their damage went up to 46. I'm totally okay keeping in line with that, saying that now damage and your second wind both go up to a 46. Just keep in line with that. Same exact abilities, but they just all go up.
So,
And then this gets 2+2 to armor class. I'm okay with that. And
real
then,
quick, this extra damage that we're getting, is that for every attack, or is that
so this one was technically
Once per
limited. So
turn.
Arcane Jolt is actually limited to the number of times, right? So that's all together. Like you could only use that a number of times as an artificer, like
Okay.
per, for your turn, and it was equal to your intelligence modifier.
okay?
So if we want to say that in this particular case, we could call this one Adrenaline Rush or Adrenaline Jolt.
Okay.
And this one altogether is limited to your proficiency bonus. So your other dude still gets the number of, you half your proficiency in the amount of times he can use Second Wind. But you get the number of proficiencies on how many times this triggers.
How many times you can use the extra damage?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm okay. So damage for self per proficiency bonus. So yeah, so damage plus 2d6 for whoops.
Well,
So 10th level damage self
We're just warming up, baby.
limited to limited to proficiency bonus. So level 15 then, I like the idea of I kind of like the idea of just all of these, just increasing the damage and the healing. So from 2d6 to 46, giving the defender an extra AC. I'm totally okay with that. And the defender does damage when it uses deflect. All of those seem fine. And we still have one more level. We still get one level as a fighter.
I do agree that that does not feel like a capstone.
Not for a fighter, but I feel like this is a good stepping stone.
Yes.
Agreed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm not mad at any of those things.
So let's do that. So all of this is now a 4d6 and healing is a 46. Again, we're a fighting healer. We're doing more damage than most other fighters and we're able to heal
Yeah.
better than some healers. Like I ain't tripping on this at all. And then
Agreed. No, I like this a
defender
lot.
defender AC +2 and defender deflect. That deflect does 1d4 plus strength modifier instead of intelligence. Yeah, because
For which one?
when it uses deflect, it's 1d4 plus intelligence for the artificer. I'm gonna assume it's gonna be strength for us.
I would say again, same thing.
Strength.
Whichever one you made your
yeah,
build
yeah,
for it.
Right.
Strength
Yeah,
or
yeah.
dex.
Strength or dex. Yeah. I think we already put that in there somewhere. So, oh yeah, defender uses your strength or dex instead of intelligence.
Yeah.
Yeah. So same thing. So defender does plus mod, and we'll just say plus mod, and then we'll have to write it later. Okay, I like all of that. So capstone time. How is this supposed to look when it is all said and done?
Do you want to gander a little bit at some other fighter capstones real quick to gauge?
I think we should.
Because this is the closest to 20 we really get for a capstone. So
Yeah.
I feel like they have the potential to feel a little bit more powerful than most other capstones would.
Oh, and I already got an idea. I already got the idea because the echo you get 2 echoes. What if you get 2 constructs? What do you get 2 defenders?
Well, with your lore, how are you going to explain the second one?
You've tinkered and repaired it so many times you can reproduce it just once. Because you're not an artificer, but you've just learned how to mimic it, and then you get a second one on the battlefield. Everything else applies. But now you have 3 locations you are on the battlefield to heal and do damage. So that's option number 1. Right out the gate, you basically get a second defender. Because that's what Echo Knight does. You get a second one. And then in addition, when you roll initiative and have no uses of something, you regain a use. Okay, so if you burnt out on something, you can get it. Okay, I kind of like the idea of getting another defender, because that right there just immediately puts you across the battlefield in so many more positions. Eldritch Knight, starting at 18th level, when you use an action to cast a spell, you can make 1 weapon attack as a bonus action.
Sure.
We don't really have anything that we built that uses an action. Most of our stuff uses a bonus action in the construct, so don't really have a way to add an extra attack to our fight. But we might be able to do that.
We already have a lot of attacks.
And more damage.
Yeah.
The Rune Knight, you deal more damage. Moreover, when you use a feature, your size increases. You gain reach. So this one was just, again, a increase to a previous power. And then the Arcane Archer. Oh, they got a lot.
All that's their capstone? That's wild.
Wait, is it their capstone? No, that's Arcane Shot options. That's from up there. So 13, 15.
Is 15 their capstone?
It looks like they only capstone because they have all of these things, it looks like.
So 15. Wow.
Interesting. Okay, what else? What other kind of fighters? Look at Scout, Samurai, Monster Hunter Knight, Brute. 15th level. Oh, another 15th level. When you roll initiative and have no superiority die remaining, you gain 1 superiority die. 18th, your fighting spirit can delay the grasp of death. If you take damage that would reduce you to 0, you can delay that damage immediately. Take a bonus action, interrupting the current turn. If you don't take the damage until the bonus action, wow, being able to use your second wind as a reaction would kind of be like this. So like you can, instead of it being like a bonus action to use it, you can just reaction. I'm not going down to 0. I'm gonna heal 32 hit points right now. I could see that as an option as a capstone. Meant both of those. Being able to use that as a reaction and getting a second defender could be a good capstone. Neither of them are too powerful, but together they make you a boss. Okay, so those are my 2 options so far.
Okay. Oof. Question is, do each of your steel defenders get their own pool, or do they share
the half one, the half your proficiency?
Yes,
I think so. I would. I think that would make it better than them sharing, because you only get at that point 3. At this point, you're doubling it. I think but again, 3 each. So once one's run out, you can't just say, well, that one has 1 left, so he's going to use it. No, 3 each. Position matters.
Sure.
But I 100% agree it should get its own pool, which would make it so much more formidable, because otherwise it's just it being in 2 places at once, and I don't think that's the idea. I think this makes you imagine just the battlefield control you'll have as a fighter and as the backup medic. Like I think this is the key right here. Having 2 of them, I think, would be key. I think it would be kind of cool to also be able to do this as a reaction to heal yourself or instantly heal an ally that's about to go down next to you.
And do they each get their own reaction?
Why not? They're independent. They're individual. This is a capstone, man. I say let them have it. I say let them have it. Let those, legendary actions and, like lair actions. Fuck you. I have battlefield control here. Let's look at some more. Psychic Dreadnought. They get ability to nigh unstoppable force on the battlefield. Use your reaction when you take damage. You can give yourself the following benefits for a minute. Doesn't really work for our build. We're not really using magic, and I don't know what benefits you can get after you get damaged. For the Psy, Your ability to move creatures and objects with your mind is matched by few. If your psychic die is available, telekinesis spell requiring no components, you specialize. The only thing this would do is if we wanted to add the ability to move someone like 10 feet instead of 5 feet when you switch places. Like you could switch places and move them 5 feet to really put some extra distance. That would be the only thing that this inspires me to do for our capstone. And that would kind of be kind of cool. Again, you imagine you get pushed to the edge and you're at the edge. You swing, switch places, and get a free shove. So for free, you basically get to like put them over the edge.
Shove them over the cliff.
That'd be kind of dope. Or again, getting your ally even further away from damage, especially if there's an AoE about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You could get them up, switch places, and push them like 5 feet, so now they're out of an AoE. It sounds kind of heroic, right? Just that idea of get out of here, you know, like the whole not just switching places, but pushing them out of the way of something that's bad. So
what about getting to use a little bit of movement speed with your reaction to do all that?
Like you can when
maybe
using
half your movement speed, so you can do exactly that. If somebody's about to get hit in a fireball, you can run in and move them out.
So as a reaction, you can move up to half your speed without provoking opportunity attack to intercept.
To basically do the thing, like to basically do your
the second wind on somebody. So when using second wind. As a reaction, you can use second wind to move up to half your movement without provoking opportunity.
And then when you switch places with them, you can.
Oh, you want both. You want to be able to move and to be able to move them even further.
I mean, it is capstone.
Fuck it, why not? So, are we cool with the other two? Are we cool with a second second defender?
Okay.
So we're gonna add. So I'm just gonna let me write this out just so I can remember all of it. What? So the ideas right now for the capstone are a second defender, own PB pool and its own reaction. We're also thinking second wind. You're just allowed to use second wind as a reaction. I think that plays into this next part, which is second wind use.
Did we not already have second wind as a reaction? Why did I think we could do that already?
No, we didn't. No, we did not add it as that. But I think this makes sense. So you can use it as a reaction, and then second wind use it. You can use, so when using second wind, use half move to ally. We said we can swap places when we're using it, right? Did we already add that you can swap places with them? I don't think we actually added that ability yet.
I did. Isn't that what was?
Did we mean to add that during level 15? Or is that supposed to be added right now at level 18?
I think it's supposed to be added. I thought it was supposed to be added right now.
Okay, we're adding that now. The ability, well, because at first I thought we were talking about the ability to just like move them out of the way, and now we're adding move them out of the way and then push them another step. But wasn't last round?
Oh, maybe did we?
Hold on, let me look back here. Level 3, you can use second wind on an ally within 5 feet. Help action. 7th level defender, melee, second wind. Oh no, 7th level melee damage, second wind, switch places. Yeah. So second wind, half ally, move to ally, no attack of opportunity, and then also when switching places, plus 5 feet of movement. target, you can move the target an additional 5 feet outside of switching places, or 10 feet. I feel like 5 feet might be enough because then that puts them 10 feet away from the target.
I'm tempted to say 10 feet is fine, especially because
it's like you're throwing them out of the way. It's like literally you're done.
Yeah.
You know, because the idea is that you're moving that.
You're getting
movement.
them at
even
least
if you're
a
not
bit of distance from you. And
okay, so the capstone is that you get a second defender with its own pool and its own reaction. Your second wind can now be activated as a reaction. And when using second wind, you can choose to move up to half your movement towards an ally, not provoking opportunity attack. And when you choose to switch places with a target, you can choose to move that target up to 10 feet.
yes.
And that's either of the targets. I think that's phenomenal.
Now
That makes this thing so...
when we said the switch places, how does that read?
So at 7th level...
On ours.
at 7th level.
At 7th level.
So at 7th level, whenever you damage or heal a target, you can switch places with them.
Gotcha.
Now it's switch places and move it 10 feet.
Gotcha.
But you can also move to it half your speed without provoking opportunity attack.
So it says whenever you switch places with somebody, you can then choose
to move them 10 feet. That's how
Gotcha.
ours will read. I mean, I'll send you all the notes, but that's how ours will read. I think that is absolutely phenomenal. I think this thing, again, it doesn't feel like your standard fighter that's going to like wipe the deck with all of the enemies, but holy shit. I can't imagine a party that would not just die for something like this. A fighter that can hold their own, be taking out enemies left and right, but also be a backup healer, be able to swoop in, get someone from dying, throw some heals on them, get them out of the way. I mean, think about this being able to, you'll never have a wizard locked in a bad moment again. This guy swoops in, gets the wizard out of there, takes all the blood, and then takes the blood of it, and then the wizard gets to turn around and prep their spell. Like, and then the cinematics, just the way we built this feels just like the true hero. This feels like that battlefield medic that's just running in there like, yeah, you're away, get out. No, you're not gonna attack him. And then you're just like, get out of here. And then you attack him, and then you're like, little buddy, heal me. Yes, distract him. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like you were just so tactical and chaotic that you're all over the battlefield, and you're not necessarily doing all of the damage, but you're the guy that everyone remembers being like, he saved me. You know what I mean? Like your entire like backstory and all the NPCs could be like, he's the one. Like, I was dying on the battlefield and he's the one that saved me. You know what I mean? Like,
what do you think about being able to use your mirror, whatever, what's it called? What the Steel Defender can originally do. It was called mirror.
The deflect attack?
Yeah.
The deflect attack as a reaction, so they can just impose disadvantage on an ally or on an enemy.
And that's what it's called, is deflect attack?
Yeah, just it's their reaction. It's what they can do on a reaction.
Impose disadvantage. No, I'm talking about, impose disadvantage.
And then now it's to 10 feet. And now you have 2 of them.
Ooh, dang it, I had something for that. Oh, I had something juicy for that.
Like, we're stacking. Are you thinking about like grappling, being able to like and then have them both like grapple someone?
No. Oh my gosh, I had it and I was going somewhere with it.
It's okay. I think we're
No,
good,
I do.
I think we're good. Like, honestly, and the thing is, while it doesn't say it, these things are basically sentient. They can't be surprised. Like, we don't have to write it into here, but as a DM, I'd wonder as a player what DMs would allow in terms of like orders, because they can't be surprised and they don't sleep. Can they basically watch? Can I give them orders like, if anything comes near us, come wake me up? You know what I mean? Like, would you as a DM allow that from these things based on what we know?
Honestly, personally, I kind of would take a somewhat line out of your book, and it would be like, it would depend on how you use them.
Yeah.
Like, if you use them that way and you're like constantly like giving them orders like that, you build that. I'm like, okay, yeah, we can make that work.
But if you're just doing it in the one time where you're like, hey, can I just use this to get out of this situation? Be like, that's not what they're used for. That's not how you use them.
You can certainly try, but they might take your order a little bit too literally and only look at that one tree for that entire time. So maybe they didn't actually see anything
If anything
that's actually important.
Boss, what?
You told me to look at this tree.
A leaf moved. Boss, a leaf. There is a leaf on the ground. Boss, it is moving. Boss, the wind is picking up. The leaf is coming in. Boss, the leaf is near the leaf has been burned by the fire. Boss, go back to sleep. And then he just walks away. Boss, I saw a bug. It walked across the yard. It's like, you told it to look for movement and wake you up for movement.
No.
Okay, I am super happy with this build. I think we did it. I think this is solid. This actually... I can't wait till you put it all together in the build up and everything. But honestly, I think this might be our best. Like, I loved the Echo Knight. I loved the Echo Stalker that we made. The Rune Knight Warlock, the Rune Giant was kind of cool. But this might be my favorite. This out of the ones that we've made, this is the one that I want to play. I really want to make a character based off of this. A fighting medic.
Kinda.
I am
kinda like, I want to see this in action so freaking bad.
So I can't wait until we do a draft up like this, like do your subclass draft up, because this is gonna go on TikTok immediately. The moment I have those pages, I'm getting this on TikTok to see how people think, because this one right here. This one's getting sponsored. This one's going to go definitely into publication, because I think it's perfect. This is what Sublet and Subclass is all about. It's taking that concept of the lore and applying it to a fighter. A fighter was gifted this little thing. Maybe his dad was an artificer. Maybe you found an artificer on the battlefield. Maybe you and an artificer used to be stationed together. And then when it went down, like, there's so many ways that you can just decide how you got a hold of this thing, but it's no longer a tinkerer's device. It is a device that has now stood next to a fighter who is willing to defend people, and that fighter has that heart of gold of, I'm not going to let anyone die, but I'm also literally not going to let them die, right? It's not just about defending people who are weaker, it's about making sure people can stand. So it's such a different twist on the hero mindset, and I think it breaks that stereotype out of needing a healer in the party. Like, I think we just proved that you can make a healer that also does some shit without making it feel like you're just OP and you can do everything. This doesn't make me feel like I can do hella. But being able to do more damage than the average fighter is nice, but I'm not getting any specialties with it. It's just more damage out of my raw attacks.
For sure.
And I'm being able to heal. But I'm sacrificing...
can't do it infinitely, and that was going to trip me out, because you get so many freaking attacks.
Yeah,
like,
you're not just going to be able to boom, over and over.
If you can do that a certain number of times, like when it's important, get like a fat amount of damage, like beat down to somebody, like go for it. Like, especially if you want to blow it all in one turn. Like, I mean, paladins get freaking smites all day long. Like, get out of here. Like, yes, you can get a couple of these per long rest to throw down whenever you need to. It's only 2d6. It's not crazy. Well, it goes up to 4d6, but still.
I mean, like, but again, that's what you expect, and that's why I love the way that we made this thing progress, because the damage progresses well. It makes it feel like you are progressing as a fighter. The health is astronomically awesome. But again, it's not tied to spells, but it's also tied to battlefield control. You have to be near them. You have to have your guy near them, or your little defender. But it also just makes me like, as we stepped through all of these abilities, being able to see the idea of what role I'm playing on the battlefield. I am a defender. This really is a battle medic. Yeah. This is someone who is not meant to be one-on-oneing the BBEG. I feel like this fighter is one that you want constantly moving. You want him attacking, moving, healing, attacking, moving, healing. You want him all over the place. This is not your standard fighter who just pivots in one spot.
Although I will say they might end up being the one standing between the BBEG and somebody else at some point in time, like blocking, deflecting, retaliating, whatever.
All right, so real quick, we got to do one thing before we finish. We got to name all this stuff. So we got the battle medic. Are we cool with battle medic? Because I think battle
totally
medic works.
Down with battle medic.
I think it really emphasizes everything. It's the perfect expectation.
Yes.
Battle medic fighter. I should be doing damage and healing. And who knew that you got little buddies to help you? Just
for sure.
And that's even just the little icing on the cake is that you got these like two little minions like a medic would, just having like two little nurses that you could just go out. So let's look at third level This one for the Artificer battle, the Battlesmith. So they got battle ready, which we converted into gaining our second wind, and being able to use it on an ally, and we can bonus action, and then we get
to use it through your
and then the defender getting its own second wind. So we got the defender and the steel defender. I kind of wouldn't even mind renaming the defender to like nurse. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Or you know what it is, like, because this says steel defender. I mean, we could call it steel nurse.
Steel nurse. Okay.
I kind of like that because that's more about what it is, right? Instead of a defender, it's more of a nurse, because it's not. It is still doing the disadvantage, but it's more about. Well, even nurse, like maybe not nurse because it also does damage. It's not just a healer.
I mean, steel aid.
Steel aid. Ooh, steel aid. Anybody in chat have an idea for what you would call this? If it's not a steel defender, if it's a steel defender for the Artificer, what does this battle medic pick up?
Yeah.
Because I don't really call it like steel first aid kit or something like that.
Sure.
That doesn't medic bag or I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like steel aid is fine. I think steel aid's okay.
I was almost thinking about like aid bot or something else like that. Like,
all right, so steel. So we have battle ready and we have the steel aid, but for battle ready, iron aid, interesting. Okay, so iron nurse, like makes it feel like a little bit more like it's gonna like do some shit. Ooh, what about what's it called? Let me look up the name real quick. I think I have a name. Embattled nurse.
Embattled?
Yeah. Involved in or prepared for war, especially because the surrounded by enemy forces. So embattled. Like, this thing meant to just be an aid. It was a steel defender, but because now it follows the fighter, it's an embattled nurse. It's like, it's ready to fight, but its also primary objective is nursing.
Wild. I like that.
This is my embattled nurse. And again, at that point, you could flavor it however you want, right?
Sure.
Like, because you got it like as a gift. Okay, so embattled nurse. So this one gave us battle ready, right? So battle ready for the Artificer gave them weapon proficiency and gave them a better use of those weapons. Our battle ready gave us a second wind ability. So it gave us the ability to heal others through ourselves and our defender. So instead of battle ready, we could do battle minded, or like, you know, like I'm trying to think of like what are some military terms for like, you know, the field medics, like, because battle ready definitely makes sense because the Artificer is actually getting ready to be able to fight. We're doing the opposite. We're getting ready to heal.
Yeah.
But right before a battle, right? So it's like, other than battle, like they're battle ready, we could be like field ready. We could be like,
I don't know why I want to say battle hardened.
Battle hardened.
Really...
We can call it battle chirurgeon, which is the old school like field medic.
Oh.
Or could just call it chirurgeon, like level 3 chirurgeon, which is just like the field medic.
I like that.
Let's see if I can actually look up the term and how to spell it.
See? They exist.
Well, I don't know how to spell it. Vixie would know.
That's as good as I played it.
Maybe that name is only specific to.
What is it from?
We use it in the SCA as it's a title for the field medics. It's the people that actually go out and make sure that do first aid when we're doing like war like the wars. They'll go out there and make sure that everyone's safe.
Okay.
And if any damage or if any like injuries happen, they go out there with first aid and actually try to like help out as best they can as first responders.
I just really like that name for this.
But I don't know what the actual term.
I mean, it might even be an SCA specific term, isn't it?
And that's what I'm thinking. It might be, and that's what I ask Vixie because she would know.
Fair.
Okay, well, we'll see if she answers me. Because I wouldn't mind that being Kyurgen. Otherwise, battle ready. This one, second wind is being able to heal people. So, I think, is there like a name of someone who goes on the battlefield to like lift your spirits, right? Like the one that's like there to like get, like the rally cry person.
Why is the first thing I think of? Again, I think this is like the third time I've said this week, but like, this is the first thing I think of is that the dude from A Knight's Tale, the announcer.
Yeah.
Like he's going out there and like inspiring everybody and getting them like hyped for whatever it is they're about to go into.
Awesome, I got a response because my wife is amazing. Got the spelling of it. So yeah, Kyurgen is basically the medieval name for a surgeon.
Okay.
And in the SCA, it's specific to just our first aid officers.
Okay.
All right, so we cool with naming it that then?
Yeah.
So so anyone who wants to spell it, it's CHIRURGEON, Kyurgen. And I love that. Again, you're already a fighter, and now you're able to do battlefield medics. I think that's fucking cool for level 3. You should give him a suit of armor that he made in a cave with a pile of scraps.
Wild.
With a pile of scraps in a cave. Okay. So moving on to level 7, Artificer. Artificer got the extra attack. We got the defender getting an extra attack.
Yes.
The defender got the advanced or the deflect at 10 feet, and we got to do the switch places. So this is definitely more like battlefield control. This is definitely more battlefield tactics. So if we're going to do Kyurgen, what if we keep on with that nomenclature and do tactician? Or what's someone that you would call like that, like moves the pieces around, like on a board, you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
How would
the first thing that comes to mind is strategist, but
yeah, because we have a Kyurgen, so then we could have like, because this one again is more about the defender gets the extra attack and you get to move people around. So now you're more of like, this is where you truly take the defending role. This is where you take the dragging them out and putting yourself like the martyr role. Almost. Like, putting yourself in harm's way.
Yeah. Trying to think of like terms that I've heard for self-sacrifice.
Right. Ooh. interposition is a good term. Interposer.
I like that.
Interposer
I
would
like
be
that. I do like that.
because they're getting an extra attack, they're getting to impose more disadvantage, and you get to heal while swapping people. So you're imposing yourself on the battlefield.
Yes.
Yes, or you're interposing yourself. So I like that, interposer. Okay, because what's the other thing, like when you like or you like transpose like
Yes.
things? So you could also solve the transpose,
Transposer.
but I think interposer, like
Yeah.
I kind of like that. So you have the Kyurgeon, you have interposer. So 10th level, so we got to keep that naming structure. So 10th level, we had Arcane Jolt, which does more damage. For us, our 10th level, we do more damage. Our second wind does more healing. And now it's tied. So we just get a boost of what we can do. We're just basically stronger. We have more oomph behind everything we do.
Okay.
More damage, more healing. And this is just on top of what we're already doing, right? Like literally it's force damage. We're just dealing extra damage just out of the veracity of saving our buddies, right? Like just out of the pure defending nature of aggro.
I was thinking enhancer or empowerment, something along those lines.
Aggressor, because you're just doing more damage, more healing, so you're just being more aggressive about it. There's some other good names, chat. Some good ones. Okay, so again, all we're getting at level 10 is we're doing more damage when we heal, or more damage, and when we heal, we do more healing, and that's it. That's all we're getting. That's all we did.
When we second wins, when we but we set up, I think we set up that specifically the doing damage can only be done
Magical weapons, yeah, and proficiency, limited to proficiency bonus.
Yeah.
I think both of these, just they're both limited to your proficiency bonus, for long rests. So,
well, the second wind, is that whenever you second wind, or is that only at certain times when you
I would think it's also limited. Like, basically it's the same. It's one and the same ability. Like if you do damage and you have 6 proficiency points and you do the extra damage, now you only have 5. If you do healing and you do the extra healing, now you only have 4. It's the same pool. It's not they each get to be done their own separate. I think it still should be the same pool, because that makes it more like how 5th edition would maximize what you can do with it and choosing when you need to do it.
Sure.
So I kind of like that. It's not just guaranteed you're always doing more damage. It's just strategic when you want to throw it out there.
Yeah.
But if you
for
want
whatever reason, I thought we were doing that for the damage, not for the healing. I thought the healing was.
I assumed it was just all of it.
But I kind of think it might be okay to be like that.
Let's see here. So we can just call this battle minded, because now you're just more aware and able to react better. Or battle heightened, because everything's just more damage, more health. You're in the moment. You're just you're zoned into it, so you're heightened from the battle.
And I say that even fits with a lot of 5th edition, because in for sorcerers they have a heightened spell where you get to I think you just get to do max damage.
Ooh. And because it's limited to your proficiency bonus, it is a heightened ability. You have to activate, right? So in the moment you're battle heightened, but it's not something that you just always are. Right?
Yeah.
So we can do battle heightened.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
I don't know if it really goes with the first 2 nomenclatures, but I still kind of think it's still in line with everything we're seeing.
Yeah.
Because you become a Kyurgeon, then you become the Interposer, then you become battle heightened, and then we move on. So The next one, 15. This is where we got improved defender from the artificer. For us, we are increasing our damage and our second wind healing.
Mm-hmm.
And our defender has more AC and does their other thing. So again, this one, improved defender. So before the defender was called the embattled nurse. So this one could be, what if this one's called field medic? Like embattled nurse is kind of like a low end, just like, I'm just helping out.
Mm-hmm.
But now you're a full medic. Now you are just as important as me on this battlefield. So now you're a field medic. Like my little guys are field medics now.
Okay.
So that's so level 15 is field medic. I am now on the field. I'm able to damage. My guys are out here. We're here to help.
Now, would you say that
or ambulatory? Ooh.
Would you say that 15th level enhances your embattled nurse to a field medic? Your embattled nurse becomes a field medic.
I mean, yeah, you could say that in like the context of what we're talking about, or just again, you went from an interposer to being battle heightened. Now you're a field medic. Now you and your things are just the idea of like the title is you've gone from Chirurgeon to field medic.
Gotcha.
You've seen it all. You're ready to take on anything on the battlefield, and you have you have a minion just by your side. So
that's fair enough.
It's either that or like ambulatory, because that's kind of like again with the medic aspect, being able to move people around.
I don't mind field medic. I like that one.
Field medic. All right, and finally, 18th level, you get 2 defenders. You get a second wind as a reaction. Your second wind, you can move to an ally, and when switching places, you can move them up to 10 feet. Now, maybe this one is ambulatory. Like ambulatory medic, because you're actually able to move them. Because ambulatory is relating to or adopted for walking, a place for movable or mobile. That's for in the related to medicine, able to walk, not bedridden, movable, mobile.
Okay.
So being an ambulatory medic.
Sure.
You can move to them and move them out. What are you? You're an ambulance.
Yeah.
So if we do,
I like that.
So if I use Chirurgeon as level 1 and field medic as level 2. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna use a little bit cheating here.
Love it.
Basically, just gonna cheat a little bit with ChatGPT to get the juices flowing.
Fair. Give a little inspiration. Do that a lot too.
Ambulatory surgeon, combat ambulant, mobile triage officer, emergency redeemer, ambulatory healer. What of these are? See, again,
yeah.
But I'm getting like the idea of like ambulatory, I think is the way to go. It's just, I think it should be something else.
Not just lone terminology. See, I was thinking that mostly because the first 2 were similar to that. But again, with the way that word is,
Let's see. What are some other Chirurgeon and medic synonyms? Chirurgeon, leech, apothecary, herbalist, bone setter. Because you're like a surgeon, so you're like a bone setter. So ambulatory bone setter, because you are healing hella. You're stopping them from dying and you're getting them out of the way. That would be a hell of a name. Ambulatory Bone Setter. Sounds like a fighter name. You know what I mean? Like instead of Bone Breaker.
Yeah.
Medic, field medic, corpseman or corpsman, lifesaver, orderly, healer, lifebringer. None of these are good. Paramedic.
I feel like there's something just right out there that I'm not seeing. Trying to see it in my mind's eye.
I kind of like Bone Setter. I wouldn't really mind Ambulatory Bone Setter.
I like the name. It feels like it's not really in line with the other names that we have.
It's really not, though.
But outside of that, I love the name.
What about just Ambulatory Surgeon then? If you go from a Chirurgeon to a Medic, Ambulatory Surgeon, because at that point you're doing a lot of health, and you're surgical with how you attack people. Like you have two assistants now, so you have a whole you basically have like a whole kit.
Sure.
So we could do Battlefield Surgeon.
I don't mind Ambulatory Surgeon or Battlefield Surgeon.
I think Ambulatory Surgeon because the ambulatory, the movement part, right?
And it maintains at least a little bit of the 1 to 2 name motif.
Ambulatory Surgeon. I love that. No, I think that's it. I think that really rocks the entire idea of what we're doing here.
Yeah.
So you go from Chirurgeon with a embattled nurse to an interposer, then you become battle heightened, then you become a field medic, and then you become an ambulatory or a field medic with because
you upgraded your you upgraded all of you to field medic.
Oh yeah, you're just now a field medic. So we're not changing the defender's name. So you become a field medic and then an ambulatory surgeon because you're moving people around, you're doing massive amounts of healing, you're stopping them from dying, and you're still on the battlefield. Like you're still I'm so happy with this. I cannot wait to see it drafted up and posted because I think this is gonna go down in the records. Like I have a feeling this one could be widely accepted because no one's ready for a healing fighter like this.
Dude, I'm super excited. I'm super stoked. It's gonna be way cool.
I am so excited. Well, I hope you are all excited in chat. Thank you so much for joining us today for your April community stream with Subletting Subclasses, where we took a battle Smith Aritifcer and turned it into a fighter subclass that we are gonna call the Battle Medic. No, wait, what did I write?
It's in here. Battle
Medic, yeah. Now we are gonna call the Battle Medic.
Battle Medic. Yes.
Yeah.
Battle Medic.
So let us know what you thought in the comments. So if you're on YouTube, let us know what you thought in the comments. Would you use this build? Are you really excited? Did you see anything that we didn't? And would you have done anything differently? Let us know because we're really excited. But if you did enjoy, like, subscribe. It really does help us. And we'll be back next week with another video. Cheers.
Deuces, my friends.
Bam. Another time. Yes, it is going to be cocktail time. That will not be part of the normal stream. I feel like that'll just be something on the side because that's
perfect for
it's gonna be
that
a little bit too difficult back and forth. So do we want I'll do a post in chat, or I'll do a poll in chat. Give us a few minutes. Poll in chat. So based on subclass build, based on subclass lore, based on subclass ability. Okay. 5 minutes chat. Let us know what you want to see in terms of what we should make a drink off of. You need the map for the Battle Medic subclass. Have a character in mind. We will get that to you shortly. But yeah, there is a poll right now. What type of drink should we do? Should we do it off of one of the abilities? Should we do it off of the entire build? Or should we do it off of the lore that got us to the subclass? Like basically, do we do it off of the subclass? Do we do it off of the defender, or do we do it off of one of the abilities? Like one of the abilities that we named. Because remember, it says the critical cocktails is just taking a name and turning it into a drink.
Yeah.
So what's the theme of the drink? What are we looking at?
I don't know which one you would consider this, but the idea of being a battle medic as a whole, like just the idea that you're going around, you're helping people.
So it's got to have grenadine in it because it has to look like there's blood in it.
I mean, what one of these would you say pushes you that direction? Is that lore? Is that
that would be just the subclass build itself.
Subclass build.
Like the lore I'm thinking of is like the defender. It's like the whole reason why you became this.
Gotcha.
So it would be more about, do you want to base one off of like the fact that you have like a nurse defender or like a buddy? Do you want to base it off of just the class itself, like this concept of a combat medic? Or do we want to base it off of like one of the names of the abilities that we make?
Got you. Oh no.
Hard disagree, bro. What are you talking about?
So
I just saw this comment on YouTube, and this makes no sense. So this is to our short about the short about you, actually, about D&D isn't about winning, and it's your little like short about how it's collaborative storytelling and how it isn't about players versus DMs. This person's comment says that D&D is now and is worse off because of basically storytelling. They're saying that it was better when it was a dungeon crawl combat game with very light storytelling, which it never was that. Never once was D&D light on storytelling. It has always been we literally just did the history of this. It has always been a narrative-based storytelling game. It's never been a board game for one. So I don't know where they're getting this concept of combat board game. First off, it was never that. It was always pen and paper. It was always in your head, and there was always story elements to it. It was never. Unless you're talking about the war games of like Chainmail, I don't know what you're talking about with D&D. And then they say any attempt to divest itself from that history ends up making a mess of a half of a game that's not worth playing. That's not worth anyone's time. If you want an actual collaborative storytelling game that uses game mechanics to adjudicate challenge, try a different RPG. I don't understand. Did this person have this? Sounds like this person had one.
Somebody put rocks in their Cheerios for some reason.
Like, I just want to write back, who hurt you? Like I feel like they played one game of D&D, didn't like it, or they have a memory of a D&D game when they were a kid and tried recently, didn't like it, and now they're like, D&D sucks.
You know what I feel like? I feel like somebody ruined D&D early for them, and so either now they've had to chew and swallow what other people have told them D&D is supposed to be, and they've trying to push that belief on everybody else so that they don't have to worry about it. Like, that's kind of what it sounds like to me, is that he just. And I'm like, live your life, bro. Live your life, bro. If that's the only way you know how to have fun, then by all means.
And that's the thing too. It's like if you think that there are other RPGs that do it better, great. But to tell someone that if you play this game with any sense of story, you're ruining it. Wrong. Not only are you playing it wrong, but you're ruining it, and it won't work. And I'm like, you're talking about a game that's about to turn 50. It is about D&D is about to hit its 50th anniversary, or just did.
So
and it's bigger than ever, and you're telling me it's because the storytelling bro has not paid attention to any of the additions. I really feel like he either got it ruined or has memories and is like, it's not the way I remember it. And it's like, that's fine. But the idea of saying that that's what ruined it, like, makes no sense whatsoever. And saying that if you want a game with storytelling that has rules and mechanics to adjudicate, like, you mean any TTRPG? You literally just said, you just described every TTRPG in existence, which is
that's exactly
a
what they
storytelling with rules to adjudicate challenges. Like, I don't know. It also sounds like maybe they're just someone who just doesn't like high fantasy or doesn't like archaic fantasy and is like, you know what, you should play Star Wars. It's so much more, realistic and it's better. And, you can actually have a story in that. Because like saying you can't have a story in D&D is so unfathomable to me. The simple fact that I have everything from your run-of-the-mill, barnyard type of towns where you are just literally talking to peasants and you have to go fight some wolves, all the way up to fucking intergalactic space travel. Do not tell me that D&D is lacking in story elements or in intrigue or in mechanics. That is so ridiculous.
There's this segment that's done on, I don't know, some weird little show that Brennan Lee Mulligan does. And it's where he brings somebody in and they have to take a stance on something, and his job is to always take the opposite.
I love those clips.
I feel like there's some people who like to just be really aggressive and do that. They're like, just, hey, you made a position and I'm here to disagree with it because. And
most of those, especially when it doesn't seem like there's any good faith in them, I don't even respond. I downvote it and I move on because if there's an actual collaborative effort there, like if they were to just been like, I've always felt that D&D doesn't have a good, connection to story, and I felt that other TTRPGs do it better. I feel like this was better when it was more wargame. That's a fine opinion.
Sure.
But to come out swinging and being like, the game sucks, and if you play it this way, none of you are actually playing the real game, and it's like...
You're ruining the game by putting story in it.
You're ruining a game I don't play by playing it in a way I don't like. Like, that's literally what he's saying is, I don't play this game because no one plays it the way I like, so you've ruined my game. That's what I got from that, is old man yelling at Cloud because someone ruined his game.
I'm sorry, dude.
And you know what I did? Chat? I created High Point. I said, you know what? I like these rules and 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 a few of my own, and boom, now I have a game. I don't get heated, but like I see chats like that and I'm just like, no, you're not my audience. And I'm okay with that, right? I don't need to interact with everybody. Sure. I'm not going to sit there and like delete comments I don't like or that are negative.
Sure.
But in that sense, I don't have to react to that. I don't have to try to explain to them. I'm not here to tell. I mean, they obviously have no interest in D&D, so anything I say won't matter.
True.
I'm not going to agree with them. There's no way that I'm going to be like, oh yeah, your D&D sucks. So what's the alternative? Telling them that they're wrong? Telling them my point of view? If I tell them they're wrong, they're just going to fight about it. And if I tell them my point of view, they're going to tell me I'm stupid. People like that do not want to have a conversation. They want to tell you why you're wrong. And that is why I do not engage with someone like that, because that's exactly what's going to happen. They're either going to argue because I'm wrong, or they're going to argue that I'm stupid.
Neither of which is the point.
Yeah. Neither matter. Okay, what do we get from the vote, everybody? Okay, well, it was only one vote. Looks like...
Oh, that was Soul, and he accidentally hit that button.
Okay, so he voted for lore.
He voted for lore.
I think you and I voted... Well, I can't have a vote. You voted for, like, the overall build. So, okay, let's try to do both then, right? So we have this battle medic that somehow... adopted or somehow came into possession of one of these little defenders, right? This little working contraption. And with all of their battlefield knowledge and all of their knowledge of wanting to defend people, they wanted to be able to defend those that couldn't defend themselves, hence the fighter. But that wasn't enough. They also wanted to be able to help those that had already gone too far, right? Because you can only if you can defend those that can't defend themselves, there's a point at which you can't help them anymore, right? Like you can do that as long as you get there first, but you can't help them if they've already been stabbed. You can't help them if they've already been knocked to the floor. So that's where I get this idea of, okay, this one is someone who doesn't just want to defend people, they want to help people.
Yeah.
But it's going to come at some sacrifices, right? I mean, you're going to see a lot. You're going to have to deal with a lot of emotions. You're going to have to deal with a lot of inner workings of things going on.
Sure.
So A scrap bot, soldier care and rapid aid protocol. I could name it that. Yeah, that'd be funny. I don't like the bot though, just because again, it's a little bit too futuristic for D&D for me.
Sure,
It's
yeah.
But I do like, I just call it scrap. That's scrap. That's my soldier care and rapid aid protocol. That's scrap.
Freaking love that.
So let's see here. Okay, so we're gonna see some things, but we're also gonna be about righteousness. We're gonna be about defending people. We're gonna be. This isn't a good life. I'm almost thinking gin, like the bittersweet aspect of it, right? Like, it's not a good life, but it's a good thing to do. Okay. What else could we think about the lore here? So you have a buddy. So does it need to have like a back? Kind of like a pickleback? Does it need to have like something that can help you like take the shot? Oh, so what? Oh, I got it.
Why do I feel like something called like the bitter bite?
I got it. It's gonna be a double shot. It's gonna be a back, kind of like a whiskey back, right? Where you take like a pickleback, where you take whiskey and then you take a pickleback. I'm thinking it should be a double shot where you take a shot of like vodka or gin, like straight, and then you shoot it with something not super pleasant, but like sweeter that will help like wash out the flavor, right?
Sure.
So it's just that whole thing of like you have to grit your teeth and get through the bad, but afterwards you feel okay. You feel good for what you did. So it's kind of like, again, you take a shot of whiskey, you take the pickleback, and it kind of washes away.
Still like the bitter bite, but now it almost sounds like the bittersweet bite or something like that.
Right.
Because it's got both sides of the equation.
Because I feel like the shot up front is kind of like you gotta get in there. You gotta just grit your teeth and go to war. But when you leave, when you're done, right? But I want the idea of like, but when you're done, you feel better. Like, so it's not supposed to be a pleasant experience. Like in the sense of the second shot's not supposed to be super pleasant.
Sure.
But it's enough to get rid of the fact that you just doused like a whole shot of like vodka.
Bitter
so like
bites release.
I'm just thinking like something along the lines of maybe like the first shot is vodka, and like the second shot could be like grenadine and like limoncello. So a little bit sweet, but still kind of like tart, still a little bit bitey, but it's gonna wash out like the pure alcohol flavor, like the taste of the war in your mouth. And at the end, you're gonna feel okay. You're gonna be like,
it's like a 2-part gin and tonic.
Right? Yeah. And again, it's like your helper. Like that's the little buddy in the background that they have to help shoot.
Got you.
And the second one doesn't even have to be a full shot. So it could be like a full shot and then like a half shot, just enough to coat your mouth.
Sure.
With something that doesn't hurt. Okay. So I guess the difference I could play around with the two flavors. I got to think about it. So I'm going to step away for just a second and go look at what I actually have. But discuss with chat whether it should be vodka or gin.
Vodka or gin. I don't know, Chad. What do you think? You know me. I'm always a gin fan. All right, I love me some gin and tonics, and this looks like another way to do that. I feel like the pairing of if we do end up going like the seltzer in there, I think that could be a really good pairing, wherever you want to call it. So I don't know. Vodka? Why vodka, Soul? Like, don't get me wrong, love me some vodka. Are we talking flavored vodka? Are we talking what was that? What's that one that Vortex is always talking about? Is that clear blue? The crystal what is it called?
Quattro, like, or
no,
blue curacao?
No, there's this one. The only reason I remember it so hard is because there's a radio show I used to listen to that also promoted it all the time.
Tahoe Blue?
Tahoe Blue.
Tahoe Blue vodka.
That's vodka. Yeah.
I think vodka makes the most sense because it's the most sterile. Like gin, I always find that gin always comes in like, it always reminds me of an old medicine bottle.
Sure.
Like especially Hendrix gin, it always comes in like what I think of like hydrogen peroxide used to come in. So that's why I'm like gin or vodka, because both of those feel very sterile. They feel very medicinal.
I think you're right. I think vodka feels more medical and like more like the type of shit you would like actually want to like pour on a wound if you're trying to like do whatever the fuck you're trying to do with it. So
okay,
I'm not mad at that.
All right, I gotta go to make this look good. I gotta go play with it real quick. So give me just a few minutes. We're at the 4-hour mark, so I'm gonna try to make these drinks as fast as I can. I'll bring them in here. We'll try them. But I think, yeah, it's gonna be a shot of vodka, and it's probably gonna be a grenadine limoncello back. So it's gonna be a little bit crazy.
Okay.
So yeah,
a little crazy in here.
You chill with them. Let me go make those. I will be back, chat, and we will make. We'll have to come up with a name. Talk to them about a name.
Oh, okay. I forgot we have to name this thing.
Combat medic. We have to get into the fight. The shot of vodka, but then it's the we walk away feeling better about ourselves.
Okay. Pleasurable experience after the fact. See, I keep going back to Bitter Bite. Okay, I think it's a really good name. It's got but like I think instead of release, I wish there was another better B word that I could use, like Bitter Bite's brevity or something to that effect. What does Soul say? Combat medicine. Okay, fair. Shoot. Combat medics. What is no? Shot of morphine. I feel like that covers all of the bases, because the shot in and of itself is not very pleasant, but as you get to start feeling the effects, you start to feel the relief and start to relax finally. Like I feel like that's as close as I can get, you know. I was gonna say Spinal Tap, but because the second you even think about doing those things hurt so bad. Like I've never had one, thank the Lord Jesus, right? But like I can only imagine having to get something stuck through. Ooh, and you cannot move, or it's gonna hurt so much worse. It is ooh. So I think that unless you're gonna call it something like that, but I feel like that's a little gruesome for a name, like Spinal Tap. Like ouch, like God bless, you know. But like, it is a drink. It's not necessarily an actual D&D thing. So I'd say you could call it Spinal Tap, or what was the other one that I said a second ago? Oh, it was a shot of morphine. That's right. But again, I don't know how much actual relief you get after getting a Spinal Tap, like, you know. So maybe let's just stick to the shot of morphine. But these are all just battle men's and medical mending. Okay. Battle mends and medical mending. I do like the medical mending. That just sounds cool. Maybe slightly redundant, but well, actually not really. No, it's actually quite unique on either side. Medical is something specific. Oh snap. Here we go.
All right, we come up with a name.
Well, we've got some options for you. So I really wish I'd written mine down. Chat, help me remember mine, if you can.
I'm kind of looking at like what this looks like, and I'm kind of looking at something like bandages, like I kind of like naming it off of like bandages or something, or like a gauze or something.
So going along with the theme that you gave us, I thought of what do you call it? Shot of morphine. Because like getting a shot is that painful aspect, and then as the morphine kicks in, you starts to relax a little bit.
What about a play on words? Because you know how like you have to like you address a wound. So what if it's called addressing the wound?
Okay, I like that.
So actually, we should look at what they look like first.
Yes.
Because maybe you'll understand why. Because chat, we have our shot of vodka and our limoncello and grenadine back. So if you kind of look at it, it looks like antiseptic and like flesh and blood. So that's kind of where I got the bandage idea from.
Wild.
Is thinking about, like the idea of like, one's the antiseptic and then one's like the actual bandage, like looks like a bandage, like a bloody bandage.
Right, yeah.
Because the flesh color and the red.
That's wild.
So I'm like addressing the wound is kind of like a little bit.
All right, before we do this, I'm gonna get some more water.
I'm good. All right, what else did we get in chat? Combat medicine, battle mends, medicinal mending. We can call it life support. Battle patch, battle wound, battle scar, flesh wound. Did I get a quick look at the magic item? I haven't looked at it yet. No, the one that you submitted, I haven't had a chance to sit down. I'll probably try to do that this weekend and figure out what we're gonna do. Battle bond. Let's see. I'm having a hard time here, chat. Like,
Any other bangers?
Battle Aid.
What's that?
Is it Battle Aid instead of Band-Aid? Like just Battle Aid. I mean, it could be field dressing.
Field dressing. Okay.
I
like dressing a little bit. That does.
The field patch. The patch up.
Patch up.
I think let's patch you up.
Why am I getting like Call of Duty call out? Like what I hear the character say, where it's like, I'm patching you up.
Right.
Or some kind of shit.
The stabilizer. Because you're stabilizing them on the battlefield, and this is gonna stabilize the shot.
Ooh.
How do you guys like that for a name?
I don't mind that.
The stabilizer. What do you guys think, Chad? Are we good with the stabilizer? Because you're getting a little bit of your morphine and your antiseptic, and then you're cleaning up the wound.
Right.
Like I was trying to think of like wound dressing or I don't know. We like that one, chat. Yeah.
I like that. We're
gonna lock that one in. Any other ideas?
Well, they did throw out the stim pack just before that.
Stim pack.
I thought that was dope.
I know. What do we think?
I like the stabilizer.
Stabilizer. All right.
Yeah.
You can put it down. Okay, so you can put it down. It is the stabilizer, an ounce of vodka, and basically a half ounce of grenadine and I'd say a quarter ounce of grenadine and a quarter ounce of limoncello as a back. It doesn't. I mean, you can do a full half and half to do a full shot, but it's basically just equal parts of grenadine and limoncello, and then one thing of to an equal part or an equal amount of vodka, back to back. And it should be that whole concept of grit your teeth, bear through it, and at the end, you shouldn't feel too bad about it.
Okay.
The stabilizer. Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah. It does what it needs to do. I would not call that a fun and pleasant experience, but I'm not mad at it. It stabilizes. It's sweet enough to coat your mouth and get rid of the vodka.
Yeah.
But it's not like sweet like a...
I did not expect it to work that well.
Yeah, it's not like sweet like a mojito where you're just like, oh, it's I would not want to sit there and bang those.
Mm-hmm.
But as a backer, it's sweet enough because like the limoncello is tart, so I still feel it on my tongue. I still get like a nice coating. But the grenadine also kicks up the sweetness, but it also completely coats the tongue, so there's no vodka burn.
There's like a little bit of like an after sizzle that I feel just like hanging out on my tongue. It's almost like the spice after eating a Dorito or something like that.
That would probably be the limoncello.
And honestly, like it fades so nicely, you know, and you know,
like I said, I feel good about that. Like it's not my most, it's not a great experience, but you feel good afterwards. Like again, you had to go to the battlefield, but afterwards you're like, I'm glad I did that.
And there's a little bit of sweetness left on your lips, hanging out in your mouth afterwards.
You know, you might spill a little bit and get a little bit of blood on yourself. All right, we did it. Another cocktail success.
Hey, very nice.
The stabilizer to go along with our battle medic. Well, that was fun. I like that. Thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you guys liked it.
That was way cool.
Another one for Soul. Soul basically has a collection of all of the cocktails we make here on D&D Discussions and at home Misfit Gamer Studios. So if you guys are ever interested in the recipes, you can always hit up Soul in the Discord, and I'm sure he'll be happy to post those at some point.
Share it out with everybody.
I also have to get a list of all of those to add to the database eventually.
Yes.
But let me know if y'all have that. If you guys give it a try, let me know. I need a battle medic some. As it burns on my hands from work. Don't do that. Don't hurt yourself.
Goodness
but hey, if you guys try that shot at home, let me know. That wasn't bad. I'm not upset with that.
I 100% agree.
That's kind of like a good way to start the night. You know, get some alcohol in your system without like burning yourself out. That's a good, like, nice little starter shot.
I can totally see that.
Yeah.
That's the vibes.
Nice. All right.
Nice.
Well, 4 hours. I think it's good. The first hour and a half is going to be cut out, and I think we did really nice flow. That was a really good flow today.
It went well. It like all the things came out like a little bit of back and forth, but they seemed to come to like a very satisfying hone.
I think this is going to be maybe a 45-minute video when it's all said and done, but it's going to be fucking juicy. This, I can't wait to see what ChatGPT gives me for a thumbnail for this one. All right, but I will post all of that in the Discord when I have time. We'll be back on Monday for more review stuff, and who knows what we'll do next Friday. Maybe we'll just start doing this more often. But until then, thank you all so much for showing up. We do appreciate you. I hope you guys had a great week. I hope you have a fantastic weekend ahead of you. And if you do see us online, always come in, say hi. We do appreciate it. But otherwise, we'll be back on Monday for your regularly scheduled D&D discussions. Thank you all so much for everyone who showed up. Soul, Cart, Hecate. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the cheers. 100%. Thank you so much for being here and just giving us stuff to talk about and giving us feedback. We do really appreciate it. Each and every one of you means so much to us. So thank you. You're making the subclass into a Warforge when it comes out.
Of course you are.
Let's go.
Of course you are. Hell yeah.
That actually makes a lot of sense. Yep. All right.
Nice little battle buddy.
Have a good night, y'all. Cheers.
Deuces, my friends.